Everyone, sorry it took me a little longer than usual to get here. I needed to make some food because I've barely eaten today. What's going on? Welcome to episode 320 of Just a Meme Stream. I am the host of the Nightmare, Star30, and I'm happy to have you. Yeehaw. Return to form, return to function. What's going on? What's happening, everyone? What's going on, everyone? What a wild time to be alive, ain't it? What a crazy time to be here, don't it? Don't it be? Back at it like a crack addict. Oh, oh yeah, you're right. Screen chat is broken. Uno momento, okay? Por favor. If I can select it, okay, here we go. Properties, let's go. Yeehaw. That's a yeehaw moment. Refresh. She's back. She's back. One thing I haven't shown you all is that while I was gone, I was making some food. I was recentering myself and recentering what I wanted to talk about on the channel and everything. Doing some back end work for the most part, and just mostly trying to see where I want to take the channel in the future. It was a hard. I was honestly doing some YouTuber soul searching. I'm gonna be honest with you. And what I came up with is I don't know. So we'll just keep doing this until we figure out what else I want to do, or if I want to do something else. But while I was gone, I did do something, and that was I made focaccia. Take a look at that. So this is bread that I made myself. Cool, there you go. It's rebaked, but so you can see some of like the bubbles on top were kind of burnt, so I broke them so they wouldn't be too burnt, because I accidentally burned it a little bit because I was trying to rush to heat it up fast enough to get here to not like take too long. But anyways, on the inside, so it's a little sandwich. If you're wondering what the sandwich is, it's prosciutto. It's prosciutto and ricotta inside of a homemade focaccia bread slab, and honestly, it's very good. Wait 1 second. Is it crunchy? Let's see. Is that crust crunchy? We'll find out together. It is. It is. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, a little crunch going on. Soft on the inside, crunchy on the outside. What more can you want? What more could you honestly ask for? Not much. Crunchy. That's my Ron DeSantis cosplay. It's still broken? Really? Huh? I have to do this again? I have to do it for all of them? Oh, weird. So strange. That's so peculiar. Did you all see that Tim Pool had the Fresh and Fit boys? They had dumb as shit onto the podcast to talk about I don't know, beating women or whatever. Take a look at this.
The men are saying we want something different. We don't want the Instagram hoe that I can fly in overnight just to have a quick,
that is biology.
That's never happening.
That's biology.
With all due respect, that's never.
Yeah.
No,
but
hold on.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead.
I agree a lot with what he's saying. Imagine if women are only looking at the top 8, 9, 10 of men.
Yeah.
If guys like you just started shaming women, do they? You know who's paying for OnlyFans, right? It's lower quality guys.
Yeah.
100%. So if high quality dudes who got really nice watches and pull up in a Bugatti, and this woman's like, yeah, I want to come hang with you, and he goes, so yeah, what's your body count? And he goes, how dare you ask me that? I don't want no hoe in my car. And he takes off.
Yeah.
Now she's embarrassed. She got shut down, and more women are going to say, if I want a high value man.
Sorry, these guys are actually living in the middle schooler boy fantasy, you know? They're living in the sort of, you ever like felt disrespected? Thank you for telling me I was muted. Appreciate it. Have you ever been disrespected at school or something, and then you like later that day you're in the shower and you're like, and later that day you're in the shower and you're thinking about all the things that you could have said in response, all the epic dunks that you could have gotten on them if you could have just like pressed pause and completely destroyed them. Yeah, the shower thoughts. It's just like the sort of, yeah, the world would be so much better if like big, strong, super cool and rich men like me and like you guys would like be more mean to women, because what women need is for men to be more mean to them, and that's what would have, and that's what'll set them straight. These days, you know the problem with women is that men aren't as mean to them, and if that just changed, I think women would act a whole lot better. What the fuck? What the hell? Yeah, big, huge gigabrain sheen floating in my chair above all. Women be shopping. They do be shopping. That's true. Oh man. The problem with women, they don't get beat anymore. So true. Ugh. You can't say this on the corporate funded media. They try and shut you down for your for speaking so much truth to all of the power. So, a lot of people are indeed saying this, and honestly, they need to start saying it more. If you really think about it, this is crazy. Yeah, women these days, if you think about it, they almost never get judged or shamed for how many people they've slept with. It just doesn't happen. It never happens. It never has happened either. So
because only the guys are going to come after me are going to be high value.
So maybe
let's
flip
be real here. Though.
Okay, are we going to turn this into the Dreamcast?
Yeah.
the man.
They're laughing at him. You're laughing. I tell you about women's psychology and you laugh, really? And the funny thing is, it's if these the Dreamcast, if these dudes actually did that, if any of them did this, then there would be no girls for them to sleep with. Like in all honesty, the girls that they're going for are those Instagram models that you fly out. You know what I mean? Like most girls aren't looking for top 8, 9, 10% of guy, or like looking for a top 10, 5, 1.2% flavor guy. They're not. Usually women are looking for a guy who's kind of like nice and holds their hand and buys them flowers sometimes. A lot of women are looking for guys like that, which are, unless something has gone horribly wrong, is not the top 1% of men. I don't know, if you ask Twitter women, then they'll tell you that it probably is, but you know how dogs is, how girls are and all that. No way. Well, I'm certainly not nice. Yeah, that's the you look nice in your color blue. Thank you. This is a McDonald's shirt that I got for free for working at McDonald's. Tim Pool is a woman repellent. Is he still dating? Remember back when he was in remember when he turned into a my girlfriend guy? Remember that? I'm very happy my date went awesome and we may have kissed. Whoa, congratulations, kid. I'm so happy for you. I hope everything continues to go well and develop just as you hope. Take care of yourself, okay? And take care of them too. Is Tim Pool still dating? Does anybody know? Did his girlfriend leave him yet? Because remember back when he turned into a my girlfriend guy? He was one of those guys who always bring up his girlfriend. He was like, oh, my girlfriend this, my girlfriend that. He was a my girlfriend guy. I'm not sure if that like continued or anything. I'm not sure if, because I don't remember him mentioning his girlfriend. I don't know if he just turned into like he just like stopped being a my girlfriend guy and he still has a girlfriend. I can't imagine him dating. I don't know. She needs to leave him. It would be really funny if he got broken up with. I hate to be the one to say it, but like him suffering would be really funny. My wife, so true. But I do love I do. I'm so glad I never turned into my girlfriend guy. That would have been crazy. It would have been insane, honestly. Can you even imagine? Don't lie, you love to be the one to say it. I can't lie. I do love being the one to say it. I'm gonna be real. I'll keep it real. Are you gonna be a wife guy? Sure. Why not? You know, as long as you're not annoying about it, there's nothing wrong. People like a wife guy as long as you're not really annoying about it. You know what I mean? If you're, if you're just nice to your wife and you just love your wife, people kind of go, well, actually, that's not true because people kind of hate you. I also hate wife guys. I hate people who are in happy relationships. I can't lie. I'm the type of dude who unfollows moots who are in happy relationships who post about it because I don't want to see it. I'm like, get this shit off my timeline. They're like, oh, I'm so happy with my partner. I love my boyfriend. I love my girlfriend. I'd love for you to shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry, but it must be done. I'm the type of guy who unfollows girls when they get a boyfriend on social media. Hate to say it. I'm the type, but like you can't say it's a misogyny thing because I'm also the type of guy who unfollows guys when they get a girlfriend or guys when they get a boyfriend too. That's why I unfollowed you. Good. Protect your peace, queen. He ain't shit. That's how people are gonna think of you now? Go ahead. Protect your peace. Get this happiness out of there. I hate it. So real for that. I followed to see your ass cheeks, not your girlfriend. Get the hell out of here. The craziest thing about the world that we live. You know the craziest thing about the world that we live in. Oh, you're awake. I thought you were asleep. Oh, she's still asleep. Crazy. Anyways, what was I talking about? I lost my train of thought. Oh, anyways, you know the craziest thing about the world we live in? You want like booty posts on the public account, but relationship posting on the private account. It's crazy how that works out. You know what I mean? The world has really flipped in a wild way. Happy relationship posting, get that shit, put that shit on the Finsta, okay? Ain't nobody wanna see that. Butthole, put that on main right now. True, that's pretty true. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Talking shit about my wife, guys. Booty pics are meant to be shared. True and real. I'm glad somebody's finally decided to understand this. Many people are saying this. You know what I mean? Do you guys do the same thing or are you not? Are you free from the curse? The get this happiness off of my timeline curse? What do you all think? I'd love to know your thoughts on this. Hey Shark, hey Betty, hey Bestie. Before we start, saw this video on black hairstyles in video games. It might be interesting to skim through. Okay.
This
Okay.
is about black hairstyles in games in general, but I also want to ask, like, is it me or is there
Hey, boo, leave her alone. Anyways,
like a fuck ton of dread comb overs now in games, bro?
True.
Is it me or is there like a fuck ton of dread comb overs now in games, bro?
Okay, but here's the thing. Not only are there a bunch of like lock comb over, dread comb overs, but it's also they started with women. The sort of like hard hard mechanic black woman or the or like the take no shit in like the gun toting black woman. She had like the undercut dread comb over. And now they've just spread it to there's two hairstyles for black people. Well, actually three, okay? Afro, skin fade, dread comb over. That's it.
Bro, I don't really want to complain about this since for years, the most we've ever had is a buzz cut with the worst lineup you've ever seen in your fucking life, the most raggedy cornrows you've ever seen in your life, and Michael Jackson afro. Like, did you niggas really think all black people was running around with one of those 3 hairstyles doing?
Hate to see. Oh no, he said it first. It's true. It's so true. The word true. This hairline doesn't even make any sense. The artist just went whoop 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 in in Microsoft Paint, and then they just slapped it and wrapped it over that dude's forehead, and that's basically it.
Don't piss me off, bro. Seriously, bro, please. I got the craziest love-hate relationship with GTA 5 hairstyles because on one hand, you can definitely see the effort. These niggas got 7 different cornrows in this bitch. 7. That's more black hairstyles than we've seen in games, period. Elden Ring. But on the other hand, nigga,
True.
hold on, let me pull up this picture. What the what?
Oh my God, bro.
What the fuck is this shit? They got the afro fade too, though. I'm not gonna lie. When next year drop, nigga, whoo, I was pulling all them prostitutes in GTA. I was running so many errands. They also have a very usable buzz cut as well. So the whole movement that is comb over dreadlocks, I cannot be mad about. Because at the end of the day, most of my boys be looking clean. This Baptiste skin is crazy. It's also just as
I mean, like, sure, they're good. Like, sure, I mean, like, the black hairstyles, I think, have definitely been getting better in time. Like, I do want there to be more of them. Because still, the bar is, like, super low. It's, like, so low. It's the lowest, honestly.
step forward in black representation, my G. Like, that's progress. So I have to be grateful. One small little problem I have, though, is just pretty much everybody is doing the same way. It's only that hairstyle that I'm seeing. And it's making me think that game devs now collectively think that, oh, instead of 3 black hairstyles, ever since Black Panther dropped, we now have 4 black hairstyles. Shout out Killmonger.
It's so true, Killmonger. Oh, they saw that Killmonger trailer dropped and they're like, the devs were like, we got something hot for the Negroes out here. It's so good.
I genuinely don't think that we would be getting any, like, or this many dread comb overs in games if it weren't for that movie, but I digress. I don't give a damn about 2K. I think I gotta work on my transition. I don't give a damn about 2K, right? Much prefer to play basketball in person. It's 1,000 times better. Would recommend, but one thing I've always loved about 2K is their hairstyles. Like, I'd always download the demo or trial of 2K just to be in the character creation and look at the hairstyles. It was always beautiful to see as a black boy who was always on character creations but never seen so many relatively good black hairstyles in games. Look at 2K23, for example, bro. Like, 2K has always had the most fire selection of black hairstyles in games, bro. You can argue that, oh yeah, well, the demographic is largely black people, and also considering the fact that the sport itself is dominated by black people.
I was going to say that. I think one of the biggest reasons is because, for one, like, white suburban, suburb boys from Ohio want to cosplay as black in 2K, and because they have a lot of hairstyles to pull from the sport, because there's a lot of black people who be dribbling they ball on court for some reason, but they do be doing that every now and again, you know, if it's a good day. And sometimes on bad days too, which is super cool. I'm happy for them. But I wonder, you know, I would really like it if other devs could pull from this type of stuff. You know what I mean? You don't have to have 73 black hairstyles. Okay, I get it. Yeah, there's more black people in the world than white people, but for the demographic, for the countries that they're, you know, shipping this shit to, like, more likely than not, no. But like, come on, you can do like more than like almost none. I mean, there are way other types of people outside of black people who have, you know, who have like a different hair texture than like finger curls and pencil straight hair, you know?
With a whopping 71% of all players being African American from 2010 to 2022. In a study conducted by you can use that as an argument as well, but at the same time, 2K's demographic is largely black, yet still has plenty of room to add a myriad of other hairstyles as well, which is allowing people of any race to be seen with just as much attention. So you got the blowout afro for light-skinned niggas,
Short afro
for Smash Bros players, the receding hairline for balding niggas. So it's not hard. In fact, it should be the bare minimum. And I don't want to hear, oh, but it's an Eastern game, so it doesn't have to appeal to your Western standards. Oh, it's set in the 1800s. They didn't have 360 waves back then.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I wear headphones most of the time, so people don't try to call me out for having like a quote unquote smash fro, which would make me end my life. I hate to say it, but it's true. Cause like I don't have this haircut because I'm like bad at getting a haircut. I am bad at getting a haircut, but I have this hairstyle because I'm growing out my hair. I want like a smaller, I want a smaller fade. Do you? No, I don't think so. It's like, it's closing in on it. The more like my sides grow in, but not yet. I just want to grow. I just want a smaller, all I want is a smaller undercut. I wouldn't consider this an afro yet. I keep the sides patted down really heavily, so it always looks kind of the same. Show us the smash fro. Okay. Okay, there's like this. All right. Hate to say it, but Wadi kind of used to have the smash fro. Hate to say it, it was true. This as well. Have the smash fro. If a dude got this haircut, say he's good at smash, you best believe. This one as well is definitely a smash fro. No lineup whatsoever. Close to a smash fro as well. I haven't had a lineup in a while. I do need a lineup, I will say. I can't lie and say that I don't need a lineup, because I definitely do need a lineup. But yeah, I like the smash fro. Listen, I never said it was bad, and you can have a smash fro while still having a lineup, but you know, you should probably get one of those. You'll be shocked what your hairline could look like once you get a lineup from a professional who's made to make you look good. It's kind of incredible how it works out. It's kind of like a built-in outfit. Your hair is. It's wild. It truly is remarkable. I need shape up. I don't want anybody touching my hair outside of like where my hair ends and my just normal skin begins, because outside of that, I feel like really bad things happen. But too lazy. It do be money too, if you ever think about it.
Did they have the... Oh, yeah, chill. Relax.
He's going Joker mode.
Did they have this fucking creature in the 1800s?
Get your ass on.
You said maybe? So why can't we have some black hairstyles? Why finger creepers got more representation than black niggas? You got finger creeper looking ass niggas playing Elden Ring, holding the TV like Denji screaming, "He just like me." While the closest thing a nigga has to representation is Tyler the Creator with the Eagle ring on, nigga. But anywho, this should get deeper on some real shit. Like, Animal Crossing is cool as fuck, right? And I want to bring it up especially because I find it crazy how at one point it's like these niggas forgot black people exist, but now with New Horizons they was cooking with them hairstyles, bro.
I don't want to watch this whole thing because I want to like yoink his whole video, but Ari, true. We covered a lot of this stuff when we did a reaction to It's a Gundam, talking about Elden Ring hairstyles again, because Elden Ring had really bad black hairstyles, or basically none. Honestly, but you're right. Let me link to this. Let me link to this for you stinkos real quick. Pop. Pop. and then we do a hello. But what I put my Twitch? Twitch, where are you guys? Twitch, hello? Oh, I found you. There you go, Twitch chat. There's more fro variations. The fro variations would be nice, yeah. But like, you know, lips look glossy. I've been like I put on
This meme is very real.
lip gloss. No, it's not lip gloss. It's just olive oil. I mean, like fro variations would be cool. I just like, you know, you could. Here's the thing. You know what blew my mind? You know what honestly blew my mind is that I think Splatoon has more black hairstyles than a lot of other modern games these days, which still blows my mind because they don't have real hair. They have goddamn tentacles. They got tentacle hair. That's kind of sad. I mean, it is. If anybody saw us going through the Splatty character creator, it's true. It's real. It's honestly insane. Splatoon does have great hairstyles, and they have like literal tentacles on their head and not real hairs, which just, you know, I think this says a lot about society. What do you guys think? I think this says a lot about society these days. Couldn't be me. Okay, let me see. Una momento. Okay, poor favor. Splatoon hair. We can call it hair. We don't have to do air. We don't have to do air quotes hair. We don't even have to do real quotes hair. It's hair. Come on. It's on their head. It's styled like hair. They cut it like hair. It's hair. I mean, come on. It's hair like. It's literally hair. I wouldn't even agree with hair like. It's just hair. You live in a squiciety? Now that's true. It's their hair. Now that's true. Now that's real. Real and true. Factual and correct. Some of the splat cuts look low-key painful. It's not painful because they don't have any nerve endings in their hair. It's like you getting your nails cut. It's fine. They just grow back. they just grow back. It's okay. Is there blood vessels in it? Sure, okay, but your hair is technically dead. So if you think about that, then, you know. I mean, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, I think it's kind of like dog nails, you know what I mean? Like you can't cut them too deep or else they'll start bleeding. But you can trim them. My brother saw the new Spider-Man and called Hobby's hair dreadlock type hair. Now I can't like clown on him because I know who Hobby is, but I can't like think of what his hair is. Fry his ass. This is crazy. What is this? What is this? Who made this? Is this what being booked in the Fulton County Jail is like? Fenny Willis is shocking his balls. All right, well, Fenny Willis, you didn't have to go that crazy, but she did it. But she did it. Hear me out. What? He's getting the chair. This is the first time I've heard this. If Trump loses his court case in Fulton County and they give him the death penalty, do you think that when the first time the reporters ask Joe Biden, they're going to be like, "Did you hear that Donald Trump got the death penalty?" He'll be like, "But you're telling me that for the first time." He lived a great life. He should. He really should. Not the cock and ball electric, not the cock and ball torture electric chair. Well, I mean, it has to be done. Sometimes it has to be done. They're gonna shock his balls. Bailiff, shock his balls. You think Trump's gonna talk out in court and then the judge is gonna be like, bailiff, shock his balls? That'd be crazy. They're all getting tried together, aren't they? Or are there separate cases? Can you imagine that the defense tape together, if I remember correctly? That's so funny. The defense table is going to look like the defense table is going to look like the little kids table at Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? With the goddamn Kraft macaroni and the little sippy cups. That's gonna be crazy. That'll be so funny. You bring out the potluck table? No, I need my potluck table to stream on. I make content at this potluck table, okay? Have some mercy. I hope the trial is televised. It is. It will be. The revolution will be televised, it seems. This is a new development that we got a little while ago. Are you awake? I don't know. I can't tell. He's chilling. The purple light goes with your blue shirt very nicely. I appreciate you, partner. I'm out here making things happen. Can you explain why Jesse Waters thinks you do cocaine? Jesse Waters thinks I do cocaine? I do. How else do you think I'm able to talk about conservative cringe so often? How else am I supposed to get through my day? I work harder than the goddamn troops. Jesse Waters know about Shork? Well, they better ask me to come on. They better ask me to come on the show or something. You know, I can get some free clout out of this. They better. They'll be hearing words from my soon-to-be lawyer. Bailiff forced them to play Launch No Man's Sky. Now that's not okay. You can't do, the judge wouldn't be able to do that because that would be categorized as cruel and unusual punishment. Oh, hey, I love this song. Oh, you do? Good, because I'm changing it. Fuck you. Eat shit in there. I'm joking. I'll put it back. I'm joking. Here, you get to listen to it. You get to listen to more of it because I put it back. And I restarted it too. You're welcome. Never say I never do anything for you, okay? You're on your own now, partner. The opposite of a comfort streamer? A discomfort streamer. A pain streamer. I mean, that's true. Ever since I did the pain mat, the spike mat, I did become a pain streamer. Which I do think is kind of badass. That's just an ASMR streamer? No, I love ASMR streamers. They're great, they're fantastic. Me and my girl listen to ASMR. That's how I knew she was the one. The Love me a good pain stream. So true.
Shark.
Had to become immune to all torture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gabagool, for the 14 months in a row, remaining part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, bud. Thank you, thank you. So long, 14 months. My goodness, over a year. Wow. I can't lie, I am a girl enjoyer. I do love girls. What can I say? What can I say? And the young ones I treat like my mother, as we all should.
Shark.
Heather Blue, thank you so much for the prime. The Bezos Bugs joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Love me a good pain stream. I mean, you know, you've been through so much. It's time for a little bit more pain. Why not? A little bit of pain helps the pain go down. Wait one second. Uno momento. That's not what I'm looking for. How many pain streamers does it take to equal 1 hour of Matt? 12. 12. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. 12. Okay. With that being said, it's time for a little bit more pain. Sorry guys, but it's time to watch. It's time to watch the Fox News Republican primary debate. Oh, hey babe. You good? All right. Shit was funny. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of it. I haven't seen a single second. Well, I've seen some seconds, but I haven't heard a single second of this debate yet. 8 idiots fighting. That does sound painful. Show this to Miss Shark. She's trying to sleep. I can't, unfortunately. But okay. I heard that this is insane. This won't be a YouTube video. Just if I have any editors watching this right now, this is not going to be a YouTube video. What we're going to be doing is a wrap up afterwards. That'll be the real YouTube video, okay? Disappointed there wasn't a steel chair involved. Well, there weren't many black people, so, you know, that makes sense. Vivek with the steel chair out of nowhere. My girlfriend is upset with me that I want Jordan Peterson villain drip. I was going to say this, but I don't think I have like enough people who would understand the reference. But every single time I see Jordan Peterson, he reminds me of Mayuri Kurotsuchi from Bleach. You know what I mean? You remember every time you see Mayuri, he's wearing a different like outlandish outfit that's even more outlandish than the last one. He's the great, like, Peterson is our real life crazy doctor who wears outlandish outfit. He actually is. Genuinely. And it's so wild. He does have the Joker fits. A little bit of Joker fits is more like Riddler fits, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm completely on the same page. Okay, I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad somebody at least gets it. But he's really on his Mayuri arc. I can see the vision. Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad at least. Can we all agree that Jordy has drip though? I actually don't really think so. I think a lot of his suits are kind of ugly. That may just be me. Maybe like the half and half suit was cool, I guess. But outside of that, the rest of them just kind of look like ugly Christmas wrapping paper. I am the chosen one. I gotta do it. Some say ugly, some say serving. I mean, like, if you want to believe that he is the, if that he is the cunt waiter because he's always serving, then I mean, you can do that. I'm just saying that I just don't think so. I wouldn't order at his restaurant. Lobster suit was god tier. My lord. Yeah, this is what Peterson looks like every time I see this man. He's like, it's just like, right here, I got you. Here, I got you.
This is how it begins. When individuals
No, get his fucking daughter out of.
There's part of me that's thinking, well, look, Peterson, the College of Psychologists is after you. You've taken it to court. Now the judges have decided that you're wrong. Maybe you're wrong. And I think, well, I expressed political sentiment and I'm actually informed. For the life of me, I can't see how.
It's real. It's real. I don't get all of your references. I never played Skyrim or watched Skyrim either, but I do know that whatever jokes that you're making are definitely hilarious. Batman villain just dropped the milker. I would like the milker. Do I want to know who or what this boy is milking? Or is it something that I should just, I should just mind my business? What do you think? The milker. The Joker lactating would be very threatening. Okay, we're gonna move on and we're going to watch the debate, and I'm just gonna pretend you all aren't here. Okay? So let's just do that instead of anything else that we could possibly do, because I think it's time. All right. What's he milking? Many people have been asking what's he milking. It's the milker, and I'm asking myself what that boy be milking. Come? Don't say that. Don't say that. Welcome. Hey Yaba, nice to see you. That's enough internet for one day, right? I don't even say stuff like that. You guys are so weird. Anyways, while this is going on, I'm going to be taking notes. So we can talk about it later, but I'm gonna let this play mostly uninhibited by me pausing, if I can help it, but I will be doing commentary as well. But we're just gonna be mostly watching it on the 1.25. Okay, partners? All right, let's go. Partner time, yeehaw.
24 presidential campaign live at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
Eight Republican candidates have qualified and have chosen to be here on our debate stage tonight. They are here to lay out their vision for America.
This really is
the battle for the GOP
don't
nomination.
Don't
Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer.
Isn't this stuff DMCA-able? Is it? Is this DMCA-able? Will I die? I'm not going to be reposting this onto YouTube. That's why I told the editors that we're not going to be posting this on YouTube, and we're just going to be doing a wrap up. But with that being said, I mean, like, I didn't Majority Report do this? Yeah, Majority Report watched the whole thing. Good to know. Everyone covered it? Not me. I was busy. Soul searching.
The very same stage on which the Republican choice for president will accept the party's nomination next summer. The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
That guy does not look like he wants to be there.
Former Vice President Mike Pence.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Former Arkansas.
Wait, did Christie get booze? Wait, I'm sorry, no, but like, I want to hear that again.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
South Carolina Senator
Oh, he
Tim
did. That's so
Scott.
funny.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor
Who?
Doug Burgum.
Now this guy looks like an old school Batman villain.
Some ground rules for tonight. We'll ask the questions, and then candidates get 1 minute to answer. If someone is singled out, you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president at a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
They call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But is it? More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 70% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford the house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond.
This is insane.
By a singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver Anthony. His lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country. Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men.
This is kind of insane to me that they're playing like a YouTube video here at the presidential
such a
debate.
nerve in this country right now. What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline. And it starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings. That is wrong. We also cannot succeed when the Congress spends
As Florida is the worst place to live in the entire country.
Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open
Holy
up
crap.
all energy
He has
production.
talking points on a YouTube video.
Again in this country.
He has talking points that reference a YouTube video.
Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
Governor DeSantis, thank you. Governor Christie, do you agree with Governor DeSantis?
Doesn't he want to be a rich man north of Richmond?
Better on the economy than him.
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas. And we be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making,
It's kind of remarkable how Christie just literally won't disappear. He just refuses to disappear. I kind of blame MSNBC for having him on and trying to pretend that he's still relevant.
We stood and stopped them, and when there were good ideas, we brought people together.
When he was governor of one of the most irrelevant states ever.
And accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren.
That's not how money
Governor,
works.
let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do
shifting
was
the
to cut
buck.
the unemployment rate
I was the
in
governor,
half.
but like
It was
the other
over 10%
governor was
when I
like really
became
bad,
governor
bro.
in 2010.
So,
what we also did was cut pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Unions?
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending. This was back in the 80s, and dealing with
opinion on
sacred
this
cows.
YouTube video?
He does not talk about that anymore.
My question is,
when, for 10 years.
do you think it's going to be 28 or 30? 28 or 32 when they talk about when they bring up like woke dunking videos.
We also need to understand
on the
is that Joe
stage.
Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved $4.4 trillion, $4.1 trillion, $1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
See it.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population. 70%,
he likes to call himself the welfare guy.
Women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at
Any
2%.
Hispanics and Asians
Under
in
Joe
chat?
Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
Hold on one second. We're going to,
so I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this.
He's literally just some guy.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the guy who comes out on top to Republicans tonight.
To be an American today.
Here, I think this is the guy who's going to come out on top to Republicans tonight, because he talks like he talks like how a dumb person pretending to be smart would talk to a dumb person to make him think that he's smart. It's the fast talk. I talk fast. I make a lot of money. Glory to God. Give rich people more money, and that's basically it. He's like, he's the used car salesman. He's the snake oil salesman. And if there's anything that Republicans love more than politicians who don't do anything good for them, it's a snake oil salesman who will actively take things from them. I hate to say it, but it's true.
If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
All right, Chief Governor Haley. So why are you better positioned to turn around this economy that we've heard all of these voters talking about tonight than Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now? He's beating you in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us, too. When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They
He
need to
stole that
eliminate
skinny
the
guy
earmarks that
intro from
Republicans brought
Obama?
back in,
Is that true?
And they
That's
need to
really
make sure
funny.
they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt, and Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President Pence, you were mentioned there. 54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them. Right. You blamed the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt.
Oh my gosh, his ears are huge. If he starts losing the debate, will he fly away?
That you're part of the spending problem.
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life. Now, Martha, you asked earlier,
why you all
who's
keep
the
losing.
most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States.
Republicans don't want
I led
that.
Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating.
They want the culture war
when I was
guy.
governor. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis
Bring him
facing
again.
America.
Get his ass out of here.
I
Bring
will
him again.
put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor
Mr. Vice President.
and when I was vice president.
But, I mean,
Hold on. Yeah, you were named earlier. I'm going to give Vivek first.
We'll get to both of them.
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar,
My fellow Americans, together we can have average 130-degree summers.
That is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with
I have
focus,
no
and
clue
I'll
what the
deliver on
fuck
it.
he just said, but like I sound cooler, don't I?
I'll go slower this time.
I sometimes struggle with the reading
Look,
comprehension.
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor.
Yes, this is on 1.25 because I didn't want to spend literally all day watching this. I'm sorry. But we're a good chunk in. We're 15 minutes in.
I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training.
Never been cool.
We don't need to bring in a
The only time that being a Republican House member has been cool is when they were all against slavery. But outside of that, ever since then, it's been completely very uncool.
It's 30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
They actually can't get out of Trump's shadow. Holy crap, they actually can't get out of Trump's shadow. Nobody's
now
winning.
that everybody's gotten their
That's so
memorized,
funny.
prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact
True slogans. I hate slogans.
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is, you have a bunch
we do
of
a little
people,
trolling,
professional
isn't that right,
politicians,
guys?
Super PAC puppets.
Hey, remember him, that guy? He's in here.
By their 400-page super
Because we're all
PACs
fodder.
last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want
who will become a super PAC
reform,
puppet,
which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy. I think that's fair. There are two people who have not. We're going to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks. But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So,
hey, who is this guy? I've never seen this guy in my life.
Something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy.
He has the eyebrows of a Dr. Seuss character
right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy.
He's a funky little guy. You're right.
Plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just
There's still Green New Deal posting? Is that true?
Buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China. We're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
China isn't doing that well. Their economy is actually falling.
Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over
how
to
many
my
14-year-old rape victims were forced to give birth under my administration. It's been more than any other governor.
14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics to get to, and I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules. Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
No, here we go.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Well, look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it
What
to
the
start.
hell?
Alexander,
Nobody raises their hand?
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering.
He
was asked about it. He said no comment.
Dumbasses versus
Are you kidding
normal
me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You got to be there. You got to be present. You got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No. I didn't raise a hand.
Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is, more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
How? What? Like what?
Listen. Hold on.
I've had enough. I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Huge L, ChatGPT, L.
The last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the
what are you going to bring up
stage
the Harlem Shake?
What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
Give me a hug, just like you did to Obama.
Are all brown Republicans going to be seen as Obama light now?
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond?
So, Brett, what I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Women, am I right? I love women. I love women.
First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, it's climate change.
That lady
yes,
is also the reason why a Democrat is sitting in the only Alaska seat right now.
They have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done. What that does, half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid for?
Did he say absolutely?
I mean, here's what the American people deserve. Is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth, being childish.
Wait a second.
Sorry.
World and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
His campaign's over. I hope you know that. Just with that right there, his campaign's over. It's over. Go back to Congress, Tim.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve.
Why does he talk like that?
Is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth and being childish is not helpful to the American people.
He talks like his face is a part of a large flesh wound.
Wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids?
How can I make poverty worse for other people while I make money?
The challenges of life. I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. So America. That was quick. America.
Please just finish.
Our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase: Africa, 950 million people; India, over 1 billion; China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage? Devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will weigh in on what could be a defining issue in the 2024 campaign.
Transgenders.
The first Republican debate continues moments away. For Republicans, in more swing state referendums that are coming up, as 6 state referendums all have upheld abortion rights in this country.
It's really kind of wild how
even
that
in red
works out,
states,
isn't
there
it?
are more swing state referendums that are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this.
It's almost like normal people
Governor
don't
Haley,
like
what do you say to your party
9-year-olds being forced to
and
give
to your
birth.
state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Brett, you're not mentioned, Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look,
okay, but like the Democrats are losers.
I believe
so.
in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat
No,
bill.
you don't.
I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter
Your COVID
in
policy
my wife's
proves it.
womb, and then saw the sonograms of all three of my kids.
I love
what the
wombs.
Democrats
I got any
are
womb
trying to
lovers in
do
chat?
on this issue is wrong to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up to birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
The answer is yes.
Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence.
And that's why he'll never win.
You're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life
I'm an
to
old
Jesus
man in this
Christ as
game.
my
I'm
Lord
taking
and Savior,
away
I opened up
women's
the
rights.
book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend. But
756 abortion
consensus is the opposite of
assassination attempts
leadership.
on her life.
When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states-only issue. It's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people. But it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies.
So they're all on board with the national ban, except for Haley.
30 seconds.
Who's going to say that she's
it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years, so no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation to ban abortion after a baby is capable of experiencing pain.
Take leadership. Hold on. 70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
All right, let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here.
That doesn't mean federally
the Supreme
either.
Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able
I actually
to
don't
abide
remember.
that?
I think his name is something Hutchinson.
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state.
He looks like a lazy town villain.
This issue is, of course,
and other
very
than
important,
that,
but I am
my
on
bad.
the
That's not
record,
him,
and I
though.
stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should
Oh
not.
my
And the reason
God.
why we should
They're
is very
having a
simple.
bid-off.
It's the 10th
Him and
Amendment
Chris Christie are
in the
having a bid-off.
Constitution.
Governors
In
of the most
Constitution,
irrelevant
which
states in the country.
created the federal government, not the other way around. It says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, more importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states. And then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the Fed should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Bergman, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Bergman, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court
There's
gave
so
it
many
back to the
9-year-olds
elected
that we could be forced
representatives,
to give
whether
birth
it's
in
the
New
states
Jersey.
or
You don't
whether it's the
understand
United
it.
States Congress.
That's
So there
right.
is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have
What is
their
abortion
extreme
on
position
demand?
at a
Like
national
delivery
level.
abortions?
It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly
abortion?
fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well.
ChatGPT abortion?
Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance
we do have
maternal
to
care.
enhance
Those things
services.
we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I'm 100% pro-life conservative. I have a 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator.
This is super interesting because this is the complete abandonment of constitutionality and also states' rights for the Republican Party. Like, I know they never actually cared, but it's like the verbal abandonment of it as well, which is super interesting.
15-week limit at a minimum.
I think we're all pro-life, but what I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right, another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in the COVID era. How much of what we're seeing happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns, and is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats have been talking about defunding the police for the last 5 years. And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about
so much defunding of the police happened, man.
Literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that will marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states. With a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement, we will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie, another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids.
Destroy the entire Department of Education.
Democrats blame this
they're trying to make
on
more
easy
Republicans.
access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation.
All of that
is
true.
What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, right, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running a United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to instruct each of these in the states are refusing to do their job. The problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities.
Wait, he plans on usurping
what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father, and then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges, we're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In the Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country, and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued.
That was
and we
so
also have a mental health
unconstitutional. You can't
epidemic
do
in this
that.
country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too.
This guy runs a medical company that made COVID
and I
vaccines.
say this
just
as
so
a
you know.
member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime.
Can I
across
speak
this
on
country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
We don't have an
We must bring back slavery.
We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have some others that like you may have on the stage. It's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war.
You are
and we have to
equating the
recognize
American
that
people with a failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan is.
We're in a cold cultural civil war.
That's actually how we translate it.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida. We're happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had 2 of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president, we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Bergen.
Well, Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities.
Oh, no, not this
Nobody
guy
asked
again.
the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability, there's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson?
Was former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's 3 simple words that would be helpful. 1, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming
That's
from Mexico.
so hard to deal with because I heard from cops that if you're even in the room with fentanyl, your head will instantly
tools that are
explode.
needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States,
Yeah, I hate grapplers and
it
smash too,
starts at
brother.
the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Brett, thank you. Hold on.
Take a break. So, speaking of that,
Oh,
right
nobody
now,
liked the idea of a president following the rule of law.
where former President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow.
Hate
So
to see
next,
it.
the candidates
Actually,
will have
love
an
to see it, I
opportunity
lied.
to talk about the coming trials of Donald Trump.
It's one of the funniest memes, actually.
You all on China, Ukraine, immigration, education. But we are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Damn, look at that. So who raised? I think Swami raised his hands first, right?
Choice. Please raise your hand if you would.
Yeah, Swami did. They raised his hand. He looked over. Lazy Town looked over and he saw it. Ron looked over and he's like, Yeah, okay, I guess. And it's a really low hand. And then Pence did it. Christie looks over and he does it, I guess. Okay, yeah, okay. I saw this. Lazy Town? Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I saw this a little bit. There were conservatives who were like, does anybody have that tweet? It was somebody who was like strong leader versus limp wrist, and they were like, and Vivek is the strong leader because he doesn't care if his president has committed crimes against the people of the United States. He's super cool and he's orange, so he deserves to be president for life. And then DeSantis saw him, and then he raised his hand right after, but it's like a really low one, and they're like, look at him, he's gay, he's a gay homosexual, look at his limp ass gay little wrists. If anybody has that, please let me know. Please send it in chat. I'd love to see it again. I'll try and look for it as well. But yeah. Man, look at that. Look at it. He throws his hand down afterwards.
So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand?
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And I know you didn't.
No. Look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now, whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
Okay.
And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raised your hand supporting.
No, I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And Chris Christie,
I mean, when I have low IQ.
Your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me take
I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor Christie.
You make me laugh because you sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer right.
The hate for Christie is back. I can't even believe that this guy actually thought that he could run for president. It must be a stunt.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Governor Christie. Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it,
because
and I know.
Difference between bad behavior and illegal behavior, Chris. And you as a prosecutor should know better.
Yeah, you know what?
Bad behavior, illegal behavior? Wait, what did he say about Trump? Does anyone know?
You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing.
So what did he write about Trump?
For law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And
he called Trump a sore loser.
When we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution, he said,
oh my gosh, he's like Rogan.
Martha, it's important to say
like his positions change between who he's talking to. That's crazy.
The Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
He's actually a fraud.
We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right, so President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called under this DOJ They're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher Wray shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy, but let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America. Hilarious. And I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
We have an important
Do you believe that
This is so crazy how they're all trying to sell Trumpism light. It is really interesting.
Of these federal agents.
Right, but I will do that. That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing. This election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country. I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all
so
else.
many Iraqis.
You can't get
you don't even
distracted.
understand.
So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2024.
Vice President Pence, what do you think, Vice President?
Is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you, the Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let them get away with it. I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to find him ragged around this country, and we're going to hold him accountable.
Let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars qualified from being. I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules, and I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more time.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on it?
Okay, I'd like to answer.
I've already been in on it, Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution. And he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party.
This is such an interesting dance of them praising Pence for not listening to Donald Trump, but not discrediting Donald Trump for telling him to do something illegal.
To put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay. Governor Haley, we haven't heard from you on this. Do you agree that Vice President Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing, and I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is,
interesting. They raised their hand when they said that they wanted him to be in office again, even if he's convicted for trying to steal an election. But can't discredit him.
Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win.
But don't want to support him for doing the crime. Like, this is so strange. It doesn't make any sense.
It's Governor Berger, an opportunity.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I want to say, you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just, you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Okay, as promised, we were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
you
kind of
did
involved.
You answered on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
Yeah.
I thought we thought you were done, but you
no,
please.
I wasn't
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That is how we move our nation forward.
I don't know
and
why
turn the
you
page
assume
forward.
that
That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this
There's
corrupt.
the difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. You can answer a question.
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, look, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may, it's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017.
Yeah, Vivek is copping for that vice president seat. Because, Trump doesn't have a vice president at the moment, right?
Defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer. So
he's not a VP candidate right now, right?
It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father. Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law, and President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally.
This Vivek, I'm looking at some stuff. This Vivek guy's IQ is so low. I've never actually looked into him before.
And I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Double
I had
pardon
no right to
Trump.
overturn the election, and Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Kamala Harris will have no rights.
Now we are moving on to other issues. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more.
I do love Ukraine.
Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We would not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their job.
That's so crazy. Now, Swami's gonna get some shit for this, but it's really super back and forth. Honestly. And a lot of people, this is a big difference between a lot of the sort of like newer gen, I don't give a shit about anything type of Republicans, and the older style, actually like Americans, geopolitics is super important. Like the newer ones genuinely just could not give a shit less about America's geopolitical position.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
it's not as unified as it used to be, which is great.
I will have Europe
because they're evil.
Pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing that, and I think we need to do. And I think our support should be contingent on them doing it. And I would have support in China to be able to take China.
Little China
and do what we
moment.
need to do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America. We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive.
Both of them together don't even make up half of what America does.
Pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first. Secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the names. Governor Christie first.
All right, look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside.
Wait, is he admitting that like
ripped from their
they weren't able to sell out
and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight
all the seats for this
families.
debate?
They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
Hang on.
hit the brakes.
I have a question for Governor Haley. We'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world
You're booing
has
the
a
guy
pretty
who said
small
rape
view
is
of the
bad.
greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border, and frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to
so our
briefly
troops
address
aren't going to have
Pence.
to make that
Vice
fight.
President Pence, I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
the real
USSR?
threat. You talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now.
Bro, this guy is so stupid.
Putin's aims are.
The real communist is Joe
Putin has been
Biden.
saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Vice
Now,
President Pence,
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer, and the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
In
The
other
real
countries,
threat
but
we
not at
face
home.
Today is communist China, and we are driving Russia further into
Communist?
China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking
I'm not
about
even
it.
sure. I wouldn't even consider that true.
On this
What
stage,
makes us
keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President.
is to give Russia
Mr. Vice
everything
President.
they've got.
Mr. Vice President.
Give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow
Mr. Vice President.
China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
America needs to stand for freedom.
You don't know how many bombs that we can threaten Xi Jinping with.
When we hear this
You don't even
bill,
understand it.
that means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness here. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot end it. You cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority for
I think we gave you more than the 30 seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So, Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding
It's so interesting
Israel.
because Haley is actually the,
What you
like,
do instead is you have the backs of your
even
friends.
anywhere
Ukraine
near a
is the
normal
front line
human
of
being
defense.
here, like one of the
Putin has
only
said,
ones.
if
But like she
Russia,
only gets
once
booze.
Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the
honestly.
Baltics are next. That's a
She's
world
one of the
war. We're
lowest
trying to
polling.
prevent
It's so
war.
interesting.
Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
Honestly, with how bad Russian healthcare is, I wouldn't be surprised that they just kind of just died.
Future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
I'm not on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon. And you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
You want
Nikki.
to go and defund Israel? You want to
let me address that. I'm glad you
brought Vivek is going to go so crazy with so many Twitter commies with Stalin in their profile picture.
You're watching.
So the
You will
reality
make America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have shows in the pointless wars we've gotten into. I have to address that.
Let me hear that one more time.
I'm going to address each of those right now. You've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
Okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm
I'm going to address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
So the
you will
reality
make
is,
America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
and you know what? The foreign policy experience that you
She's kind of beating his ass. I'm not gonna lie. This mid-off is going crazy.
stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on the stage. You know what I love about them?
But why?
I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends
that we're supporting. Policy?
And what puzzles me...
Ethno-state?
I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland.
Israel needs America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only...
No, it's not a territorial dispute either.
President of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because, well, we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are...
Oh, yeah, because this is when he was like, I want to shoot,
that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use
Mexicans
force, and we're
coming
going to leave them
across the
stone cold dead.
We're actually going to...
That's crazy. How many cheers does he get for this?
Move on to China. We're going to talk about China.
Honestly, not that many, but way too many. That should have gotten him. That's crazy, dude. Holy shit. We're going to leave them stone cold dead. You know, like they can already use force at the border, right? Like this isn't a new thing. You can do that.
Across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
We're actually going to move on to China. We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Governor Burgum, China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Burgum?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it. And we act like that letting Russia win in Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength, is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. Right. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he green-lighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money in this for what we need to our own border.
Do we still hate the IRS?
Senator Scott, on China, that same question.
Can I speak about China?
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona, about 2 weeks ago.
Why do you hate the IRS so much?
Of the American people from a national
Rich people hate the IRS, man.
Our southern border.
Rich people feel the same way about it. It's so interesting to me because like these type of like privileged people get really pissy with poor people when they say that they don't like the police, but rich people feel the same way about the IRS that poor people do about like your local patrol cop running through their neighborhood. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me.
70,000 Americans because of fentanyl, plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans
let's replace the border crossing agents with Boston Dynamics robots with AK-47 strapped to the top.
I will make that border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about.
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic. But these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions.
They really do want us to be
the
Israel.
Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational
They want to shoot so many
They've got
Palestinian
better funding
children.
on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson. Speaking of which, images from earlier this month. Governor Hutchinson
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence. Images from earlier this month. Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month, images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration,
I think they actually just want to shoot random children crossing the border.
of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels.
It's all like,
and he looked at me and said, "They're a
IDF
problem to us
videos,
as well."
and I think they want to do
And
the
so
same thing
we
to
joined
the kids
together,
crossing the
and
border.
we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel, and that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed, and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror. And guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out
What
drug
is this
cartel operations?
question?
Would you support that kind of American military use?
Yes,
What?
I will do it.
What?
Day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing
Invade
tens
Mexico?
of thousands
Okay.
of our fellow citizens.
All
You want
right.
to talk about a country in decline?
The most
You have
unserious
the cartels
people.
controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son
Isn't an angel mom just a person who says that a
laced with
Mexican
fentanyl.
killed their kid?
Immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison.
Angel moms. If you ever heard of the Purple Cross, it's like it's like the Republican version of a Purple Heart, which is given to the families of service members who've died in war. Basically, an angel mom is somebody who Republicans are claiming is a person whose like family member has been killed, whose family member has been killed by somebody who illegally crossed the border. So if a Mexican dude goes to America on like a work visa, but then the work visa expires for a day and they're still in America, and they get in a car crash and somebody dies in that car crash, then they consider that an angel mom who was murdered by a disgusting illegal immigrant who's here to invade and destroy our country. Basically. Yeah, it's actually just kind of racist. It's just like the racist purple star. There's a Purple Heart, sorry. Wait, really? Yes. That's what angel mom is. They'll say, yeah, they're like, specifically angel moms are moms who say that their children have been killed by people who are in the country illegally. And they try and make it seem like we're being invaded and it's like war, but with like cartels. And when they say cartels, they just mean Mexico, basically, and them darn Browns over there doing that to us. And it's a hot button political issue in southern states because they would like to make you believe that the whole country's being destroyed by dirty Mexicans trying to blow us up with fentanyl and guns or whatever. Yeah, Republicans unironically are like, we want to invade Mexico and Canada. Also, Pop, hey, come on, leave her alone. Anyway, so yeah, that's what that is. What type of derangement does it take to come up with this shit? It's not derangement. It's a very clear political purpose. The purpose is to demonize people who are in the country illegally to make them seem like Donald Trump said, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. Hey, enough. Stop it. Hey. All right. You've lost your room privileges. Go. Out. 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 He's lost his room privileges. Oh, actually, before I get started again, 1 second. Anyways, how stupid is someone have to be to believe this? Well, it's like it's branding. It's like the death tax. You know, when the death, where it's like calling the estate tax just a death tax. Like when you have a lot of money and shit and you give it to friends or family members or whatever to like inherit that, and like rich people convince poor people that the government is going to tax you for being dead. The branding goes crazy, right? And it makes people think that actually something that's very normal
this meme is very real,
is terrible. So when they brand it like that, yeah, it'll make a lot of sense to somebody who's already has a proclivity to thinking that the people who are illegally across the border are evil and cringe and must be killed.
Reason that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right.
Hate to see it.
Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
That's
when
not
Joe
true.
Biden
That's
took
a
over,
huge
he
lie.
opened the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And AC, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum. It ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is...
Oh, no. Wait. Republicans, when they see a starving child crossing into the border to seek asylum. Yes! Kill! Yes! You don't understand how much I need this. I love it so much. Kill! Oh, it's so good. Holy crap.
Is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we
pro-life
need to do.
until no, they're pro-life all the way up until the baby's born.
Here is to, again, as we've talked about,
then they're actually pro-death.
We have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law, and what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream, and those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue.
You have to be in
China,
the country
we
to
can't
seek
take our eye
asylum.
off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out.
I am the
Because if we
chosen
don't,
one.
We're going to lose more and more.
We have to bomb China. Somebody had to do it.
Those people back.
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education, as millions of American children are not proficient in reading or math after this.
That's so interesting. Who could have seen that coming?
In math for 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds. Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education.
They're spending way too much time teaching about GOP than they are teaching about parabola. They spend too much time teaching about penis than parabola. And so that's why in my administration, we're going to ban all gender. All right.
But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year, year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K-12 schools.
What does that mean?
We eliminated gender ideology from our
We
K-12
eliminated
schools.
gender.
And we have elevated the importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution
People
and
really
the Bill
just
of
don't
Rights.
care.
As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott. You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is,
wait a second.
Teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete.
Wait, I gotta write. Wait, I'm pausing because I need to write this stuff down. Wait 1 second. Okay, sure. Yeah, good luck trying to sell this to NIMBYs who are good luck trying to sell opening up school choice and not locking kids into their neighborhood schools to NIMBYs. Yeah, look, good luck with that one. So what? So you can go to any school, but also you won't pay, your taxes won't go to all those schools either. So what? Why wouldn't those schools just fill up with kids from poor neighborhoods in richer areas? Because the richer areas would have better schools instead. Forcing like the NIMBY parents to only be accepted into like the worst schools that they don't pay for. How in the world would this work? How would you do that? How would you do that to them? Because NIMBYs are like the backbone of like rich people who gatekeep like nice things from poor people through their ability to have more sway in local elections. That's the Republicans' bread and butter. That's their like base. Outside of like the crazy Trumpian Republican, if Jesus told me one thing and Trump did the other, I would ask Trump twice, type Republican. Like outside of those guys, the base are those like NIMBY ass Republicans in like Long Island. How in the world are you going to get those people to be on board with this? Bro's actually incoherent.
And then revive our national identity.
Yeah, there will be like there are too many blacks in my school. Yes, unironically.
The same civics test that frankly every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become our national identity, where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that frankly every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And
I don't even think that we need a civics test. Like,
there's part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but you know,
I don't think it has to be like mandatory.
Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want
GOP Republican American dream is living in the basement of their two-parent household.
Single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And I think that goes hand in glove.
Wants to raise the voting age to 25? I mean, obviously.
Remember, education starts with the family, and the nuclear family.
But yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Governance known to mankind.
Yeah, he definitely seemed like that type of guy. It's obvious to after you said it to me. Yeah.
Governor Haley has said that biological.
Who is that? Is that his wife who's doing that? Who starts like screeching like a banshee every single time he speaks? You hear that?
To mankind.
Okay. So, Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time.
Oh no, here comes the transgenders.
You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government, one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by states. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district in the state and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation.
Every school needs the iPad
I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them.
And they need at least 17.
Who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation and Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose their red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this would be women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you.
Right, he moved away from the transgenderism.
The one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that,
they are really moving away from the trans issue.
That's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
We're going to start the lightning round. the first question is going to go to you, Vice President. So this is a lightning round of questions, 30-second answers, please. President Biden
is real with the
82
deflecting
years old
really hard.
on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President?
Trump won't be president then, brother.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental.
Hey, got him. Hey, politicians, am I right?
30 seconds.
Those
No,
people
the
I keep
American
voting
people can
for.
make those
Hey.
judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress works, how the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the Federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America. And we'll give school choice to every family in America.
I'm going to centrist all over the place.
Mr. Ramaswamy, I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and
really
somebody who's
is trying to be
thinking
Donald
agent in the
Trump,
White
huh?
House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution.
Hey, Philly mentioned. Hey. Speaking of Philly as well, your governor Shapiro. There was a really good poll that came out with him like giga winning everything, which is super epic.
In a presidential election until 20.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
30 second quick answer.
You guys have to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get a
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds on the same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer. First of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science.
Oh my
for the
gosh.
benefit of our kids. And we
wait a second. Wait, how many cheers does this get?
Compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir. This is going to go to...
No cheers. Bro is actually like learn to code. Wait, that's so funny. That's unironically learn to code. Okay.
This is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids,
It's so crazy.
failing schools, and
The
locking
hate
them
for
out
unions is
of the greatest
wild.
future they could have.
As president, Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like
I
Fallujah,
tortured so
Ramadi,
many Iraqis.
and it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together, and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world.
All right.
And this is for you, Governor
Sure.
Christie. Do you believe that the recent spike in UFO encounters...
I get the UFO question?
Yeah, you do.
Come on,
There
man.
you go. But, okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously, and we're hearing that, you know, there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government...
I thought she was going to say, would you level the alien home base? Like, if we found the alien ship, would we nuke it? I actually thought that's what she was about to say, and I was really scared. I was really, really scared about what was going on.
Knows about these possible
Look,
encounters.
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President
I should run as president on Nuke the Alien Mothership.
Grandchildren.
On the Nuke the Alien Mothership platform.
Or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey.
Christy, shut up. You're polling at 1%.
Rating because they're putting themselves before our kids.
I'm not joking. He's literally polling at 1%.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing arguments.
He's literally
right
polling. Shut up, bro. Nobody cares.
Live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with reaction from all the candidates as soon as they step off the stage. We'll be back after this. 20 years ago, 70% of American adults said they were extremely proud to be an American. That number has now plummeted to just 39%. In his pitch to get to the Oval Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope and optimism.
So in your closing statement tonight, please tell American voters.
More like a shining city of cope.
Why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day.
When widow of 3 is a thing, does she mean her husband died 3 times, or she has 3 kids and is a widow?
Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president,
gas prices, am I right?
I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We've got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America.
Town,
I will improve every
please.
American life.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor Hutchinson?
She said, you ain't winning, bro.
Our nation is in trouble, and it's in trouble because of failed leadership. And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden. The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's #1 responsibility is to bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with a consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you.
Should we listen to this or should we move on? What do you guys think? I think this is kind of it, right? Like, they're not going to say anything interesting here, right? In the last, what, like, this is 136? Yeah, in the last, like, couple minutes, they're not going to, or like 8 minutes. I think we're good, right, guys? Let's hear from the 2 crazies. Okay. So you mean like Pant Piss and Swami? Okay, here's Swami. He's doing the Trump thing.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are 2 genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is...
So, wait, if he believes that, does he believe that humans, we have just like a set amount of time on planet Earth before like it's just all over? Wait, does this guy think that when fossil fuels run out, then Jesus will come back? Is that his opinion? Is it for everybody who is guessing when Jesus will come back, and they're like all like aspects are wrong until it's when fossil fuels are used up, when the last drop of oil on planet Earth is burned. That's when Jesus will descend from the, not clouds, because we won't have clouds anymore, but he'll descend from something. Christian accelerationism. You think? That'd be crazy if he believed in Christian accelerationism. Like, yeah, like fossil fuels are directly tied to Jesus Christ.
This meme is very real.
Vivek is Hindu? Wait a second. Wait a second. And you would mean Hindi. Is he Hindi? Is that true? Wait a second. Wait, Hindi is a language. Hindu. Yeah, okay, wait, Hindu. Okay, you're right. You're right. He said it? Wait, what did he say this earlier? Growing up, Ram Swami often attended the local Hindu temple in Dayton. He's from Ohio. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio. Another Ohio L? What? Why is everything terrible from Ohio? What's going on? It actually explains everything. You're right. He's from South Cincinnati.
Yeah, baby.
That's what I'm waiting for. That's what it's all about. That's crazy. But no, yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate you, Steve. Hope you all are doing well. What you want to talk about? Yeah. Yeah. What does he mean, God? What does he mean God is real? What the hell? What's going on here, man? What does this man believe? The Ramaswamy leans into his Hindu faith to court Christian voters, bro. How? Because it sounds like he's just pretending to be Christian for Christ bucks. All the way up until they ask him directly what his religion is, and then these people would say that he worships demons. The people who he's trying to court would tell him that he worships demons. Like, what is going on? Nothing. He will say anything. He just doesn't believe anything. That's just so wild to me. Some guy in Indiana. Well, some guy in Indiana, your state is right next to Ohio. What do you have to say for your Ohio brothers in this trying time? I want someone to ask if he believes in multiple gods. He has no beliefs except for evil. It is quite interesting, you know what I mean? To be like Hindu. It is quite interesting to be Hindu, but then pull the like only two genders meme and conservative Christian fundamentalism meme. Like, how do you do that? And believe in shooting people, like a lot. Like, how do you? Bro actually doesn't believe in anything. That's so interesting. Does he even? I mean, like, is he even actually Hindu? Easy lie. My question is he even actually Hindu at this point? I'm kind of wondering. Hindu Christian nationalist. He's a Christian nationalist but doesn't believe in Christ. That is true. I mean, I really do feel like on the debate stage. What does he mean when he says God bless? What does he mean when he says God is real? I want to ask that question. What does he mean? What do those words mean? to this guy unless they just don't mean anything and he's just talking. He may simply just be talking. It was NBC recently after January 6th. He would have certified the election and pushed for single day voting. He would have certified the election and pushed for voting mandatory, blah, blah, blah. He also wants Elon to be his advisory because he fired 75% of his employees. Okay, he's stupid. Good to know. The more stupid he becomes, the more I understand. Thank you, demo boy. I worship whatever Hindu god is the god of clout. Do I have anybody here who's studied Hinduism? Like which god is the god of clout? Does anyone know? Is there a clout god? I say Shiva because she's cool. Shiva's the clout god. Okay. Shiva. I got two answers for Shiva. And yeah, isn't Shiva a boy? Isn't Shiva a guy as well? Am I wrong? Ganesh would be the god of clout. Ganesh is the god of wealth. I thought he was the god of removing barriers. Is he the god of wealth and removing barriers? It's Shiva, clout god. Krishna is blue. Okay, I can make them clout god because they're blue. Shiva's a lady. It's Shiva. Okay, wait. Let's look up a picture of Shiva. Okay, I can't tell. Those look like pecs instead of boobs. So let's say Shiva. So let's say boy. Well, actually, I don't know. How dare you assume their gender? It is a Hindu god, so I actually can't assume their gender, which is actually kind of cool. It's pretty interesting. We getting educated? We are getting educated. I know a little bit about Shiva, mostly because they added him to Smite recently. But that's basically it. Pronouns? Oh no, they're not using pronouns for Shiva. They just keep saying Shiva. Does Shiva not have pronouns? Does Hindi not have pronouns? That'd be really interesting. My pronouns are Shiva, Shiva. My pronouns are Shiva. Okay, all right, I see you. Anti-woke Hindi god. It's true. They did what Donald Trump can't. No, they said he. No, they did use a pronoun. They said he. Okay, well, maybe Shiva he. Hiva. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got to do like a full breakdown of this guy sometime because that's kind of insane.
Racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children.
An open border is a
family
border.
is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, time for pant piss. The pant piss.
Governor,
is that his wife? That has to be his wife. I hope Melissa cheers for me like that one day if I'm on a debate stage. If I bring her to a debate stage or something, if I'm on a debate stage and I'm doing a debate, I hope she cheers for me every time I say any bullshit. Anytime any bullshit falls out of my mouth, I hope she's like, yeah! I can only hope. I got me a girl like that. Find someone who loves you the same way that random viewer loves Ram Swami. If you're on a debate stage, you're lucky she's there. Listen. See, she said she would go with me. She doesn't care where we're going. She just wants to be with me. So honestly, I think I can go. I am lucky for one to have her. Yes. And I think, but yes, you're right. True and real. But also she would just go anyways because she wants to be there. Shark for President 2050. I will nuke the aliens. You're doing great, baby. You're doing great, baby boy. I'm unlocking you tonight. Let's go. When is it time for the shark presidency? Okay, guys. My birthday is in January. What date? What president? And I was born in 1999. What presidential election will I be able to run in the soonest? Would love to know your thoughts on this. We are going to drown out her yelling. Are you going to yell harder than her? I don't think you can yell harder than her. Gotta be 35, so 36. Okay. No, I could do it in 35 then. No, yeah, it'd be 36, right? I can run in 2036. Yeehaw, partners. Let's go. Huge W status. Shark 2036. Ah! Would you guys vote for me? Be honest. I would run on I would run on fentanyl for everyone and nuking the aliens and deleting the border with Mexico because I would fold Mexico into being the 56th state of the United States of America. And I would also Bro's running on fentanyl. And I would delete kill shelters. Kill shelters would be illegal. Instead, we'd use national parks to be big shelters for dogs where they'd be very nice and cared for as well. I would make YouTube. I would make YouTube's kid channels that exploit children illegal. I would make beating children illegal as well. I would make crime illegal. I would make being conservative illegal. And we would hunt them down and then put them in Austin, Birkenhead. I'm joking. I'm just listen. If a moderator is listening, that part's a joke. I love saying that. I love saying Austin Birkenau. It's so good. We need to say that more. I feel like a lot of YouTube frogs don't hear me saying Austin Birkenau. I feel like I feel like sometimes the editors cut it when I say Austin Birkenau, but I feel like it needs to be said more on the YouTube channel. Sorry, Shark, but I've got to vote for Harris Warren in 36. Bro, Harris won't be alive in 36. I hate to be the one to tell you this. It's fun to say. Sorry, views still not as extreme as Vivek. No chance. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Look at their opponent, Don Jr., Mike Pillow. We have no choice. Oh Lord, dude, don't make me throw up. I'm gonna throw up, dude. I'm going to vomit. I'm going to make making public transit illegal. So public transit will be legal. You will have the option of taking a train from your house to Walmart and back, because I know you love to do that. And the Walmart train and the train to Walmart will run every 10 seconds. Actually, mandatory public transit. Not only will we allow public transit is mandatory. Sorry, but the car dependent infrastructure will stop. That's going to be a poster that I'm going to have. Sorry, but the car dependent transit will stop. It will be forced. You have you have no rights. This will be forced. Yes. People will walk again. We will bless people with the ability to walk. Trizzle Boy, thank you, Trizzle Boy 9000. That's a funny name. Thank you so much for the 4 months in a row remaining part of the Frenzy and being incredibly pog. I really appreciate you. Thank you, partner. Thank you. Also, Witch the dog. Thank you so much for the prime. Bees Bucks enjoying the Frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. First streamer president. I will IRL stream my inauguration. We'll bring back sailboats. Okay, wait a second. I know we're still in this, but did you see the CNN article about how shipping container companies are thinking about moving away from gas engines to boats with big parachutes on the front that pull them across the sea instead, as a new, like, as a completely new extraordinary idea that nobody has ever heard of before. So sailboats? No, they're parachute boats. They're parachute boats. They're not sailboats. Much different. Completely different. Yeah, well, they're kite boats for one. They're not sailboats, they're kite boats. Sorry, I missed it. They're not parachute, they're kites. See, I'm not lying. Giant kites could pull cargo ships across the ocean to slash their carbon emissions. Ah, yes, exactly what's needed. The big kite. Where we are in it now, boys. This helps animals. I know that they don't care, but let's do it. Yeah. Yo, fuck a sailboat. We're in the kite boats now. Yeah, they said, what if we put one big ass kite on it? That's goofier than I thought. Nah, they actually just tied a really big kite to the front of the boat, and that's literally it. Oh, look, a big kite. What if they take a kite and then rotate it vertically and then attach it to the boat and then let the wind pull the boat across the ocean? Holy shit. Guys, I think we're onto something. No way that would work. It might not, but we have to try. We got to do something. You're a genius. You're a genius, dude. It's never been done before. It's actually never been done. The big kite. Ooh, it's so good, so true. Oh man, these kite designs are quite spectacular, I must say. It's literally just, it's not a sailboat. There is no sail on this boat. It's a kite. A sailboat is it's a sailboat. It's not, it's a kite. That's not what a kite is. That's not true. You probably just don't know what you're talking about. I'd be confused if I had no clue what I was talking about as well, but it's very clearly a kite. They sail like kites. Now that's true. I hate it. Okay, well, they probably hated Edison when he made a light bulb once. Fuck you. How about that? Look at that kite. Oh man, 2 little kites. That's remarkable. Tubular kite. Tubular kite. So true, King. Thank you. All sorts of kites on these boats. They really do. They really be putting any kite on boats these days. Taking flight with my kite boat. There's absolutely no question that it's technically possible. Hey, who was that dumbass in chat? Hey, chat, find the dumbass in chat who said that there's no way it could work. Find them quickly before they exit the tab. Oh, the kite expert from the UK says that there's no question that it's technically possible. Bars, it's a kite. It's a tubular kite, as I said previously. Expert, UK. Okay, wait, okay, you got me. I'm an expert in kiteology. Quick, press the X. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Anyways,
this is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that slipped away from so many millions of Americans. Will restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband, 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan. No excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
I'm so glad they're going to break.
Well, we want to say thank you. Thank you to all the candidates.
Crazy. All right. Well, that's a debate. All right, chat, would love to know your thoughts on this. In one word. Actually, before we do that. Back, way back. We got to go back. We got to go back. We got to go way back. Ron the Demon. Detarded. One moment. Do not give me the one word yet. I said we're going back. One second, okay?
An annual threat hearing, and my ranking member would always be bringing up white supremacy, which, you know, I condone. I mean, I condemn.
All right. Welcome to America. Oop. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Chat, is this real? Is this real, chat? Freud?
Would always be bringing up white supremacy, which, you know, I condone. I mean, I condemn.
Me when I oopsie whoopsie. Come again? In itty bits of a whoopsie? Yeah, a little bit. Many people have said this. Wait, un momento, okay? Por favor, please. Damn. Holy shit. Did you know that Ilhan Omar on Okay, actually, you know what? I'll say that later. Let's say that later too. I gotta put stuff back. Back, way back. Okay. Bop. I'm opening some memes, okay? I'm doing a little meme opening. I gotta pull some memes up, okay? Give me uno momento, okay, besties? Every time I see Vivek's name, I want to say Slavoj Žižek. And I know it's possibly racist, but it makes me, every time I see his name, I think Slavoj Žižek. Every time I see Vivek, I think Žižek. Slavoj Vivek? Holy crap, can you even imagine? Wait a second, that's just Haas. That's crazy. It is. It's okay. We won't tell anyone. I know you'll tell everyone. Like when you told everyone when I was like, you know, when you told everyone when I was like, this, when we were watching that cut video and I said that this girl kind of looks like Dora, because of her outfit. And then later in the video, she said that she's actually Mexican, and it was a horrible situation for me. I had and I thought the bitch was white moment. Ooh. I did a Vosh moment. It's okay. I can get away with it. It's fine. Gender ideology, sniff. You brought that on yourself. That is true. And like when I tried to, and like when we were watching that Ben Shapiro video and I was trying to fit the word trans into the name Danny Phantom, and then I stopped immediately, and then we had to move on before problems arised from that ill-fated decision. But yeah, like we've had slip ups on stream before. It happens to the best of us. I was there. Ain't no way. Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you fast. I could do that joke, you fool. Listen, I can't. I gotta have somebody else come in. Listen, we're just not doing it. How about we just not do the joke? Because whatever it comes up with is either going to be controversial or not funny. And there's kind of no in between, which is unfortunate. All right. Well, Biden has revealed to us that it's time to talk about it's time to go to talk about the debate. Okay. Let's not get Twitter canceled. Soda. He's on Twitch. Yeah, we can't say that on Twitch. I was there for that. That was a while ago. Well, thanks for being around for so long. Oh yeah, Twitch. My bad. The mistakes we make do not define us. It's the ones we repeat that do. I did not repeat that mistake. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything terrible. Bimboification Ray. Did you see the new? Well, I was going to be like, did you see this new video by Iggy Azalea's? But isn't Iggy Azalea's like? But isn't Iggy Azalea's like pro rapist boyfriend or something? Did you see that Iggy Azalea's did basically like a school shooting? She like, yeah, did you see that Iggy Azalea's for her new music video did a school shooting but with the bimbo Ray? And isn't she also pro rapist boyfriend? Like, does anybody remember that? Didn't Iggy Azalea, wasn't she on the side of not Cardi B? What's her name? That lady, weirdo Moo lady. What the fuck? What's her name? She's built like Mewtwo. You know what I'm talking about? Doja Cat. Yeah, didn't Doja Cat have like a boyfriend who like assaulted women? And then the girls tried to tell her that he assaults women, and she was like, I don't care, he hasn't assaulted me yet. And then Iggy Azalea's was like, so true. Isn't that what happened? If anybody here keeps up with social media and social media women, I'd love to know. Did that happen? Chat, is this real? Built like Mewtwo? Okay, am I wrong? Wait. You assume I use Twitter? This doesn't have to happen on Twitter. Goofball. Oh yeah, no, Iggy Azalea wrote a letter to the judge for the Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion case, saying that Tory Lanez shouldn't go to jail because he has a huge dick or something, right? She wants to suck his dick, so she wrote a letter to the judge not to send him to jail. She wrote a letter in support. She was like he shouldn't face any jail time because he's already like repented for shooting a lady in the foot. Wait, let me see. She said, for the record, one, I've not been in touch with Tory Lanez for months. I have no reason to be. I do not support anyone. The whole thing is full of oddities. My letter never mentioned anything in regard to what happened that night. I was told this was for a judge only, and yet it's being discussed by the public. Wait, what? I was asked to write a letter about my genuine experience for the type of punishment I think he deserves. I did. It's not really that interesting. I don't want to talk about it any further. Okay, well, yeah. So she wrote a letter for the judge in support of the Tory Lanez, even though she doesn't want to say that she supported Tory Lanez. Anyways, saying that she doesn't believe that he deserves jail time. Okay, so now that we understand what's happening, did you see that she did like basically a school shooting, or I guess like a workplace shooting? She did like a mass shooting, but with the bimbo ray, with her for her new music video. We're gonna be muting this. As you see here, it's a bunch of girls who walk into a crowded workplace with guns, and there are people on the floor, and they're shooting them in the back with the bimbo with the bimbo M16. Booty cheeks. It's some crazy. They're hiding under desks, and they get found with the bimbo ray. It's crazy. I wanted it to be a secret. Not the bimbo ray. Funny Iggy tweet. I love a rapper who can find different pockets and flows to tap into. It's dope. Iggy Azalea can't do any of that, but I just wanted to let you know that I like a rapper who can. Oh, it's so good. They had us at the first half. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. Iggy really does wish that she's black. Think I'll pass on the HRT this time. Getting in line for extra testosterone at the gender store, behind my trans guy friend, like I'll have what he's having. I tried, I'm sorry. It was too long. When is Ben Shapiro dramatic reading and reaction? Nah, he wouldn't say anything because he thinks it's like pro-gun. He's like, oh yeah, hell yeah. Public shooting. Fuck yeah. I love America. I still didn't tweet that out. Do you guys think I should tweet that out? We had that joke on stream. Do you think this is the tweetable joke? That joke on stream that's like giving my girlfriend a kiss after she gives me head, like I'll have what she's having. I never tweeted that out. I had the idea to, but I never pulled the trigger on it. Do it. That's good. Banger. Shark. What? I could change it to giving my girl a kiss after she swallows my cum, like I'll have what she's having. I could say that too. That one's also pretty funny, I think. I demand bimbocracy. Is it bimboocracy or is it bimbocracy? What do you think? Bimbocracy? Bimboocracy? Bimboology? Okay. Okay, what do you guys think of the I'll have what she's having tweet? Version 1 or version 2? What do you think? 1 in chat for 1, 2 in chat for 2? One, two. It's third grade shark. Well, I'll have you know, I consider myself a special grade, but you know, whatever, I guess. 2? Site chat's going all in with 2. Twitch chat's going all in with 1. That's crazy. I'm making a mess. Anyways. Slash marker. Slash marker GOP cringe. This is a war with the Twitch barbarians. Anyways. All right, everyone. We did it. We watched a 2.5 hour long GOP presidential primary debate where Donald Trump didn't even decide to show up because he thought that he would win simply by not showing up and allowing the fodder crew do what they do best, which is make a fool of themselves. And honestly, I can't lie, he was right. He was right. Oh, bro won without even showing up. Bro won by not showing up. Actually, he went on Tucker Carlson to go on his failing Twitter show instead, which I always thought was super interesting, if I'm going to be honest with you. Uno momento. Be safe in the GOP debate is cringe. All right, everyone. But from what we have seen, give me one word that you would describe the GOP debate. Give me one word to describe how the GOP debate was and how it went. Cringe, hilarious, detarded. Many people are saying that. Dicks, trashy, circus, cucked. Hey, it was a circus. Guantanamo. Okay, Guantanamo Ron was there. That's true. Dumpster fire, irrelevant, sad, exclamation point, nothing, sad, no exclamation point. Directionless, stinky, cartoon. All right. Yeah, I would say all of these things are pretty true. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I think all of these things are pretty true. I would say it was pretty bad. It was a huge circus, and it showed us how like the TikTokification and the fascistification and the fascist sort of direction that Republicans are moving in is going. Because we've seen some stuff online, but this is one of the first times where we see a lot of the things that have been brewing online kind of makes it into the real world, because Republicans have moved into thinking less in terms of actual policy and thinking more in terms of just garbage and culture war, just bullshit. That's just what they are right now. Buzzwords, culture war bullshit, and just stupidity. And that's basically it. And outside of that, almost nothing is really going on and happening, because they never had actual genuine policies to make the world a better place. And making the world better is super hard, but you know, saying that the transgenders and the Mexicans are destroying society is actually super easy. Okay, so I took a lot of notes, and we can just go down the list of some of the things that I thought were super interesting and just talk about it a little bit, because it was a wild ride. Okay, so they basically started off the whole thing by talking about how there's a decline in the country from Bidenomics. I'm not even sure what they would necessarily call Bidenomics. Like inflation's been going up and down, like a massive war in the developed world is going to do that. Like almost every country is having inflation issues. One of the big things, but one of the biggest things is that America is actually having the least inflationary issues of almost all of the developed world. When it comes to when it comes to the recent inflation spikes, and we've had the lowest types of inflation and increase in food prices and energy prices of almost any other country, mostly because once again Biden actually is pro drilling and fracking, and America makes most of the energy that we use, and so when we want more energy, we can just get it from another country. A lot of the times, or we can just get it at home. Like we have oil at home, but literally we are the second. So aren't we the second biggest oil producing country in the world, right after Saudi Arabia? Like nobody makes more oil than us besides Saudi Arabia. Literally, the only reason why we don't export a bunch of oil is because we use most of the oil that we drill. Mom, can we get oil? We have oil at home, but literally, we literally have oil at home. I mean, I went to the pump recently. I was upset because it cost $4. I would like an electric car instead. I would really like it that instead of like the government focusing on bringing oil prices down, that they would focus more on bringing electric cars and vehicles and public transportation up, so that I wouldn't have to worry about driving everywhere. I live 2 miles away from my main road where I have my like grocery stores and everything. I would really love to be able to walk there instead of drive there. I hate the idea that leaving my house costs money, but I can't really do anything about that. And no president is really working on that too much, even though we'll talk about it in another video at some point in time, where public transit is actually, especially trains, is getting a huge bumperino cappuccino. But we'll talk about that another time. There's nothing really going on with that at the moment. It's the U.S., Saudi Arabia, and then Russia. Oh, we're the number one oil producing country in the world. That's super funny. I know we're one or two. It's one of the two, which means that like to bring down oil, and climate change, we're one of the most important countries pertaining to that. But that's a talk for later. Anyways, a bunch of basically everybody there was like, oh yeah, Biden's cringe, Bidenomics is so evil and stupid, COVID was terrible, and the lockdowns or literally is literally the idea of actual unironic Satan. Christie tried to chime in. He's a loser. Like Brett Baer called him out and said that New Jersey got its credit score reduced 11 times under his watch, and then he went for a while. It was really funny. I can't lie. I hate that guy so much, and he's pulling at 1%. Bro's actually losing money being like a presidential nominee, unless the only reason why he's doing it is to be able to have the Chiron on MSNBC when he's back on for the never Trump Republican voice of the hour to talk about how he used to run for president and he knows what it's like to be there, whatever bullshit that is, and then like to promote his shitty ass book deal or whatever. Who cares? Nobody cares.
This meme is very real.
Thank you, Marjorie. Very cool. Like a lot of people on stage and a lot of people there cheered for the idea of putting money back in the hands of states, which I think would be a decent idea if the states would actually, if like the states were forced to spend the money in good ways. The only thing is that like a lot of people tried to, and we're going to be talking about the Ukraine issue like a little bit later, but a lot of Republicans bring up, you see this from Republicans a lot, or people who are like anti giving money to Ukraine. You see this a lot, right? Where we go, yeah, we should give money to Ukraine because not doing that is a horrible, completely shitty, stupid idea that'll lead to way more problems for the US, NATO, the geopolitics as a whole, and our greatest geopolitical rivals will get like a huge W, which is worse for just like the average developed world, in my personal opinion. With that being said, it doesn't make any sense for them to say like send money back to the states to spend it well when if you remember, Mississippi, over the stimulus checks and money going back to states to help out with deficits when it comes to taxes and spending to help build public infrastructure. Places like Mississippi got like more money than we've given to Ukraine, and have gotten more money in the same time frame than Ukraine probably will ever get from us. And in the future, I know that for a fact that we're going to be giving more money to like Mississippi and Alabama and Arkansas and Georgia and Florida than we will ever to Ukraine. It just doesn't make any sense. And on top of that, the money that we spend on Ukraine isn't just dollars. So we're not just giving them American dollars. We're giving them actual weapons and kit and tools and other infrastructure things. But the thing is, like, places like Mississippi doesn't build it. They don't do anything with the money. They literally don't do anything with the money. We talked about this a little while ago, how everybody who's like a conservative or who pretends to be like an actual like lefty tries to say that we should be spending money on places like Jacksonville, Mississippi, because they don't have clean running water, even though Jacksonville, Mississippi has billions of dollars and billions more than Ukraine has gotten through this entire through the entire time that we've been giving money to Ukraine kind of period. But they still have dirty water because the Republicans in the state literally just couldn't give a shit less about the people in their own state. And it's not like they're spending the money terribly, they're just not spending the money kind of period. Actually, let me show you. Okay, so here's this December of last year. Mississippi left $47 million in aid to poor families unspent, prompting calls for reforms. The last report, which was in 2020, showed that Mississippi had not spent $47 million for allocated for poor people. Those funds are just sitting there where Mississippi can draw from them at any time, whenever it wants. And in 2020, it left $31 million unspent. It's still just sitting there. So, I mean, I don't want to say that spending money on Ukraine is better than spending money on Mississippi, because I think both should get money to like make life better. But same way as I don't always think that the money should just go into the hands of the people leading, I don't believe that money should just go into the hands of the people leading Mississippi, because they can't spend it. They're incompetent. They couldn't give a shit less about their constituents. And it's proof for this. If any place with if any leader who has a poor population got $47 billion or $1 million. Wait, what? They got $47 million just left sitting there. But sorry, if it had $47 million to help their people, they would do it. Why in the world would you ever? You're telling me that you have all these problems and you're complaining about how you're not getting any money from the federal government and how the federal government needs to worry more about its people, while you just don't do anything. And this is a classic conservative thing. This is how conservatives keep their people populated, stupid, and also poor, is because when good things happen federally that they fight for, that they fight against federally, those same senators and those same House members that go to Washington to fight against their own state not getting, to fight against their own state getting federal aid, they come back and say it's so great they got this federal aid, and then they don't spend any of the federal aid. This is something that's happened time and time and time and time again. It happened during the Obama administration, where Republican governors opted their own states out of Medicaid expansion and Medicare expansion. They also opted themselves out of Obamacare as well, the Affordable Health Care Act. They also, and then it happened again during the COVID-19 pandemic, where Republican governors came in and opted their state out of the extra unemployment benefits. Like, what in the world are you doing? I didn't even know that was possible. And the fact that they just did it so callously, so unfeelingly, specifically because they want more people to suffer, because they think that more people suffering is more money in their coffers, because those people will have to fight tooth and nail for a race to the bottom with the lowest paying, worse benefits jobs possibly imaginable. And so those companies can have higher profits because they're paying their workers less, because those workers will accept less because their lives are worse. And that's just American capitalism for you. And that's how the Republicans would like to push that shit. I didn't really hear much about that when it came from when talking about rich men north of Richmond. And on top of that, like, they talked about that song by some random ass dude. It's like this. I haven't really listened to. I read the synopsis, like I read the lyrics of Rich Men North of Richmond. If you don't know what that is, and if you don't, like, congratulations to being normal. Basically, it's this weird ass little song that some like random dude made about how politicians are all bad and government all bad, and we should be helping people, but also we should stop the fat fucks who are 5'2" and 300 pounds from eating Doritos with their food stamps. Even right, because that's what's really making America poor, and then has completely incoherent beliefs outside of that, and got called out for being a Republican. But then he said, I'm not actually a Republican, I just don't like poor people eating a lot of food. And it was just super weird and just super peculiar. Anyways, that like YouTube video that the Republicans heralded as their swan song for 2023 about how all the Democrats are bad and evil or whatever, and them are stealing your future away from you with like climate change, with you believing climate change is real or whatever, and wanting poor people to have healthcare, I guess. They actually just talked about that for a little while, which is just so incredibly strange. Nobody had any real points. It was literally just culture war bullshit. Actual unironic culture war bullshit to start off a presidential primary nomination in one of the most turbulent political times in the entire country that we've had ever since an actual unironic civil war. But okay, I guess we can talk about a YouTube video where some guy with a ginger beard talks about how politicians bad and whatnot. Okay, super interesting. Anyways, moving on from that actual unironic bullshit, the person who I think is going to come out the most and that I've seen come out the most, Elon Musk's actual favorite in this debate was I was really so close to saying Slavoj Vivek again, but it's Vivek Ramaswamy, who's an Indian American businessman who runs a medicine company, who runs a pharmaceutical company, who charges out the ass for every single life-saving and like life-improving drug that they could possibly sell for the most amount of to increase the amount of money in his bank account. He says that he loves God even though he's Hindu, sorry. And he came out as basically the most Trumpian clown to be there. Basically, he was doing all the Trump mannerisms. He was doing one of these, and he was doing the these, and he was doing the these as well. He was doing all of them. Actually, he was even doing some of these, right? And that was kind of wild to me. Even though he's like Indian and also American, and he was born in actual, literal, unironic Cincinnati, Ohio, which is wild. Anyways. Those two, China. Yeah, he was harping on China as well. It was just wild stuff. I wish they were embarrassed. Yeah. Anyways, this dude, he went to Harvard. He's trying to proposition himself as some guy who's like outside of the matrix or whatever. He literally went to Harvard. Okay, he went to Harvard Law School. And he's a multi-billionaire. I think basically what happened is that he saw that Donald Trump made it by appealing to Republicans as like the culture war outside billionaire guy who knows how to run a company, so he knows how to run a country. And so he thinks that he can do the same exact thing in that Donald Trump did, but like as like a kind of different type of guy, as like the immigrant guy, but the good immigrant guy, not like the bad immigrant guy. So he thinks that should be shot and killed at the border. It's just super interesting, weird stuff. And also, I didn't know this, but he also, while in college, liked to rap Eminem in in like libertarian themed covers, but his stage name's alter ego was called Davek. He called himself Davek. Eminem fan. Well, I'm not sure if he was an Eminem fan, but he was like, the taxes, the tariffs, social security, gotta go. He was like that type of, he was pulling that type of shit. This country will lose itself. It's just absolutely wild. Please, this lore, Shark, you are our hero. We'll be talking about it sometime, but not at the moment. Please, let's watch him rap. When we do a full breakdown of this clown, then we'll watch it, but not at the moment because we have other stuff to talk about, and I don't want this talk to be like multiple hours long. But we will talk about it sometime. But yes, actually, he did call himself Dr. Vec. He called himself Davek, and he made libertarian themed Eminem remix rap videos about why social safety nets have to go and why taxes are illegal and evil. So anyways, that was super interesting, I guess. Really some remarkable stuff going on here. I cannot lie to you. But he basically came off as the average sort of like the used car salesman type guy who's he's got all the ideas, and he talks fast, and he speaks with his hands, and he's loud, and he's forceful. You know, he took basically every single bullshit, crazy culture war, weirdo, freak position that you would imagine that one of these guys would, but he did it in a sort of really, like, I think that's what a lot of people would get, but I think he did it in a sort of like really cucked way that I think a lot of Trump supporters will pick up on, is that he wants to be like Trump, but he can't do it he can't commit to the bit 100%. Like, he tried, like, later in this debate, he tried to say that Donald Trump, he would vote for Donald Trump even if he got convicted. But he also, for like trying to overturn the election, but he also said that Donald Trump is a sore loser and we need to move on from the election as well. So like, he's basically wants to just throw out everything that happened in and around January 6th and just kind of pretend it never happened, and then just like say that Donald Trump's like super cool and epic while not supporting any of the actual things that he was going to jail for that makes him not want to actually be super like Donald Trump. So I think that's going to be picked up a lot by a lot of like Trump supporters, and I think he's going to get a lot of that type of support. And I even think that I saw in some of these polls without Donald Trump, he was actually polling above Pant Piss, by Rasmussen, a little bit before the debate. If we look here on 538, here we go. Without Trump in the debate, without Trump in here at all, there's a partisan pack poll, and I'm not sure if it was if it's in support of Swami, but it is a Rasmussen. And it shows that he is actually leading Pant Piss by 1 percentage point, which is so incredibly interesting. He's a PragerU plant. Well, we'll talk about it sometime, but I would not be surprised that he's 100% backed by like rich businessmen, as like a big rich businessman, right? Like up at the same. So he gets 24% here, but up against Donald Trump, he actually loses by some of the biggest. He loses pretty big, like 38%, which is 1% more than Pant Piss, which is still super funny. I will say. Ironically enough, he's getting a bunch of money from a Soros giant. I mean, this is just not surprising. Like, these rich business people do get. I would imagine that the whole reason he's doing this is for more money, so he can like say that he's this Republican firebrand who was done bad by the establishment, and how. But it's another thing where he's trying to sell off like, hey man, I'm not the puppet, I'm just the puppeteer, right? But because that's what a lot of Republicans really enjoy. They don't like the idea of bro being a puppet, but they don't want to elect the puppet, but they're okay with electing the puppeteer. They're like, oh, I've never been puppeted. I'm just the guy doing the puppeting. And so you should vote for me because I'm not paid. I'm just doing the pay. I'm just the guy behind all the problems. So elect the guy who's behind every single problem, but don't elect the people who are being paid to do all the problems, and they just think that that's actually super cool. It's just completely fucking stupid. It's completely crazy. What is this? Swami tweeted, I'm not an isolationist. I am a Nixonian realist, the neoconservative and liberal internationalist who can't tell the difference between these things. Stand down, new generation leads the nation. What? Why'd you send me this? What's the point of this? He loves Nixon. Well, of course. They all love Nixon. He was even doing the Nixon thing. Like, I think after the debate, he was doing the Nixon like arms up to peace sign thing right after. Yeah, he wants to be like Nixon. He wants to be brown Nixon. He wants to be caramel Nixon. Chai Nixon? Anyways, I can't say that. That's racist. Anyway, I can't say chai. I can't say chai Nixon. I can't say that. Don't say that again. Anyways, Brixton, yeah, brown Nixon. Bro, think he Nixon. So true. He's probably. I mean, he claims to be a billionaire, so he's probably committed as many or more crimes than Nixon. I would imagine, right? So yeah, that guy. I like Elon Musk said he was really big. A lot of people said he was really big. I think Charlie Kirk said that he went super crazy. A bunch of like hardcore conservative culture warriors said that they really liked the cut of his jib. And I think a lot of people who like Donald Trump, but there's going to be a split between the Donald Trump lovers, the Donald Trump gaggers, who are like, I love Donald Trump, but if he was like less crazy and committed less crimes, I think he would be better. And I think he would appeal to those people as small as they are. Because like, how in the world would you say like, oh yeah, we love Donald Trump and we'd vote for him even if he committed all these crimes and even if he gets convicted for all these crimes, but at the same time saying that, oh, I want somebody who commits less crimes. It's just, I'm not saying that like it's incoherent so they wouldn't believe it. They're conservatives. They love incoherence. It's why they believe it. But with that being said, I just don't think it's going to appeal to as many people, and maybe he has a future at some point in time, but now is not that time. As long as Donald Trump's still in the race, which it seems like he will be into the very end. And even if that happens, I think like Pampus is probably going to take it over him. He just has better name recognition at the moment. But he has that sort of like used car salesman type vibe that I think a lot of conservatives will like because they love being duped. Anyways, the Republican Civil War was really started by Nikki Haley, who basically cemented herself as trying to be somebody who's like the realist type of Republican, like the return to form, sort of like Obama era, pre-Obama era type Republican, who's like who hits on all the cultural talking point memes without like going too deep into them. Every time there was like a culture war type bullshit that came up, she would like be like, oh yeah, I agree, but also we should care about this other thing that's actually important, right? She just really loves it. Did you see him and Jackson have a mid-off? What, did they fight or something? I just thought it was incredibly interesting, the type of stuff that was going on between those two. She fought a lot with Vivek. She fought a lot with Pampus, and a lot of those guys were having like a big back and forth. Vivek also said that we're in a cold civil war. He basically said we're in a cold cultural civil war. He is echoing Tim Fool, as we like to say on this stream, where he believes that the transgenderisms and the melanin Negro pilled wackoids and the women rights and all this type of stuff is like tearing the nation apart, and we're in the throes of a incredible civil war that somebody needs to do something about, or else like everything's going to be terrible and somebody needs to take charge on the Civil War front because that's what's really important here. And I just don't think it really is, if I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't think it's super important. It seemed like a lot of it got a decent amount of claps. Like some of them got claps, some of them didn't, on this type of stuff. I think a lot of people are kind of tired on the right, are tired of the Civil War, with tired of the idea of the Civil War, with this like big cultural Civil War, with this like big TikTokification of the entire party that happened. I just feel like there's going to be fatigue there, right? Like a lot of people on the left were never really like a part of it, and some people can say, oh, how can you say that when your channel talks a lot about like Civil War, like culture war type stuff? Well, we do, but never in the sense of we're like starting the cultural war type thing. We just respond to what conservative bullshit they're doing. I don't really like engage necessarily in the sense of in the sense of like I'm trying to start shit. Typically it's just something really normal that happens, and then conservative has like some sort of like epic meltdown about how this is destroying the world or transing the children or something, and then I'm like, that's incredibly stupid, and that's basically it, right? They're just full force into that type of stuff, and they think they're shadow boxing, and they're fighting fake issues, and that's just like what they're talking about with the everybody's defunding police and we need to focus on our police more, and then that type of bullshit. It's just so weird. It's just so incredibly stupid. But it's to be expected. Mike Pence was there. And Mike Pence tried to say that him and his administration with Donnie was like really good for the economy. This part of the debate was mostly about the economy. Brett Baer called him out once again for saying that him and his administration spent more money and lost more jobs than any other president in the history of time, literally, except for actually back during a literal civil war. Which also was incredibly funny because he didn't really have a way to get out of that either. That was a really bad point for him in the entire thing. And I always thought it was an incredibly interesting sort of juxtaposition because Pence was also on the sort of like, I'm tired of the culture war type stuff that Nikki Haley was on. A lot of the older people on stage were really sort of against, a lot of the older sort of like hardened neocon conservatives are like, weren't super on board with a lot of the culture war Donald Trump bullshit. Because they've been here before Trump and they're going to be here after Trump. Unfortunately, I wish they were all gone, but and then he was standing like right next to Pant Piss and Vivek, and they were both sort of the young dogs. They're the youngest people in the room, and also the most culture warrior type people in the room as well. And I just thought it was super juxtaposition between their back and forth. The back and forth that they had was super tense the entire night. The sort of like old guard versus the new fascist guard, like the old fascist guard versus the new fascist guard, when it comes to the party, where they're not as different as they would like to believe, but they're the way in which they would like to take the party and the things that they focus on is what really sets them apart. And they had a big slug match the entire time, but almost none of them through all of that had almost any policy whatsoever. The old heads are the ones that had more policy, but like the new heads they still basically had almost none. It was just a bunch of like wishful thinking about America just being worse and dumber and more isolated. And then the new ones were like, yeah, we can do all of that, but like, can we like make it illegal to be trans? And that was basically what like the type of shit that was. It was just super weird, but I thought the juxtaposition was super interesting. DeSantis did his normal sort of loser posting about lockdowns again. I just thought it was like, it seemed like it played well with the crowd, which I would expect, because they're all like, oh, lockdowns, they ended my life, wow. The sort of like normal crying, moaning, pissing and shitting that conservatives do about lockdowns these days, and trying to pretend that it's still like a relevant talking point or whatever. But it got the cheers that he wanted. It seemed like he's kind of leaning back into the sort of like thing that he was doing before. He was told that the type of like culture or bullshit that he was on just wasn't really working. I mean, DeSantis is the highest polling person in the room, so he got the middle of the stage. He got a lot of time to talk, and I think he used it the same way he used it before. A lot of boring loser culture war bullshit that he's like known for. It's not super surprising. It wasn't super interesting. And I didn't really care much for it. And a lot of people in the room didn't always care everything for it. But the lockdown point is something that like went really hard, but it's not something that's super surprising. They're conservatives, right? They obviously wouldn't care that much. They never cared about it to begin with. He tried to say that he tried to do the sort of like Make America Florida again, or the Make America Florida type shit. But the entire time was it was so interesting, right, guys? How the entire thing was basically just a big Trump light experience. Everybody was trying to be Trump light. Everybody was trying to be like piggyback off of Trump, but in like lesser degrees. And Vivek being the top tier of like closest to being Donald Trump, like Nikki Haley and some other guy whose name I completely forgot, but he looked like a Lazy Town villain. But he was like the governor of North Dakota at some point in time, one of the most irrelevant states in the entire country, so nobody gives a shit. And being at the very bottom, and it was just like a big sort of list between who's like closer to Trump and who's lesser to Trump. But at the same time, everything, literally the entire thing, revolved around Trump, and that's why I really think he won, no matter what, because everything revolved around Trump. Literally everything revolved around Trump. Multiple questions in this, like, it honestly pretty short for like nine people being on stage, like 2.5 hour long debate. It was pretty fucking short. So that type of stuff just revolving completely around Donald Trump was wild to me. It's like it or not, it's just become the Trump party. Everybody has to have an answer about everything Trump does, says, thinks, believes, might think or believe, and might do. Right. And what they would do to what Trump would say or think or do. And I just think it's incredibly interesting how nobody can escape Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you just can't do it. And I think they tried to do it a little bit when they tried to talk a little bit about, oh, do we want to be the party of 2020 or do we want to be the party of 2024? You know, and they got some cheers for it and everything, and it's cool. But at the end of the day, a lot of conservatives, even though they are pretty upset with Donald Trump and how everything revolves around him, can't let him go. Like all their demonization of like a lot of drug addicts and everything kind of fails to remember the part that the biggest drug addicts in the entire country are Trump supporters. They cannot stop chasing the dragon of that 2016 Trump magic. They just can't do it. They can't let go of him. They can't let go of 2016 and them thinking that was like a revolutionary period instead of it being what it actually was, a fluke, and also Hillary Clinton being just a shitty candidate who didn't run in the Rust Belt. And so that's why she lost the Rust Belt. And Donald Trump actually won by 70,000 votes across 3 states, the Rust Belt. And they thought it was some big cultural shift in movement. The only thing that's happened is that the Republicans, by a fluke, got some power for a couple years and did nothing with it and haven't gotten it since. They've been able to cement their power, even though they're not in office, by doing the thing that they did, which was to steal the Supreme Court. And yes, I want to call it stealing, actually, for what they did, especially during the Obama administration with Merrick Garland. But at the end of the day, like, bros are just kind of they're literally nobodies without Trump. Every single person on stage who was really trying to differentiate themselves from Trump in a meaningful way were just losers with nothing to say. And everybody who tried to stick around Donald Trump and do everything with him and suck his cock the entire time were losers with nothing to say, besides trying to pretend to be Donald Trump a little bit, but just Trump light. So it's just weird. It's super interesting, right? The only thing they really did was have unelected leaders forcefully change the country in their favor outside of the will and wants of your average American, and then just pretended like they're winning when they're, by all intents and purposes, not. But, you know, that's just kind of is. And gerrymandering, right? But a lot of that got struck down as well. That's one of the reasons why Republicans are going to have a really terrible time in the future winning the House of Representatives, because a lot of their gerrymandering got busted. They talked a lot about union busting in this debate, but what's actually getting busted is gerrymandering. And none of them want to talk about it, because that's the only reason why Republicans really have any position in the House of Representatives at all, is because of massive amounts of gerrymandering. But that's one of the big reasons why I don't think they're going to be winning the House very easily at any point in time anytime soon. It's just hard to believe that those people can convince your average human being to vote for them when they have nothing, they give nothing, they serve nothing. They don't serve cunts, they are cunts, and that's basically it. And so I don't know how they're going to genuinely convince your average person these days when they're simply the culture war cringe lords who don't care about anything besides like what's trending on Twitter these days, and that's how they run their campaigns. They don't care about anything else besides what's trending on Twitter and Facebook, and being kind of like Donald Trump. And so now what? Where do they go? What do they do? And honestly, I don't know. It seems like the answer is nothing, right? It's just strange. Vivek had a big moment that I remember where he talked about revolution and how there needs to be a revolution in the country. I think it's him once again talking, like, kind of like sitting on Donald Trump and how he's like, oh, I'm going to be your vengeance, I'm going to be your revenge, I'm going to take revenge on them who did that to us, type stuff. That he was doing, and also maybe even trying to harp on Bernie Sanders, trying to get the sort of like Bernie Sanders type repubs or people who are at least sympathetic to his opinion about how this needs to change because them did that to us. They don't like, listen, they're huge on the anti-trans stuff, but they're always talking about theys and thems. Ain't that right, guys? It's really curious how that works out. Anyways, with that being said, yeah, he says that they need a revolution, especially when pertaining to how the country works. But it's so incredibly curious because bro literally makes COVID vaccines. He literally makes COVID vaccines. Like that's one of the things that his company did, is that they made COVID vaccines, and they made a lot of money from COVID vaccines. And a lot of the reasons why he's a billionaire these days is because that the company that he ran or runs makes COVID vaccines, and he gets money from people dying. So, okay, once again, don't elect any of my puppets. Elect me, the puppeteer. It's just really super curious, interesting stuff. It's just really stupid. There was a really telling moment in the debate where everybody was asked if they believe that humans cause climate change, and not a single person, not one Republican raised their hand to say that it was caused by climate change. Not one. Not one. DeSantis, instead of like raising his hands, came out with a moment like came out with a moment that said that, oh, listen, we need to have the debate. We need to have more debate, even though we've been having this debate for absolute years, decades, a century even, actually. And they've still lost, but they want to keep having the debate because they know continuing to stall means that they get more money, even if it means that their own children live in a worse, or maybe even if things get as bad as they possibly could, non-existent world. Take a look at this.
Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Well, look, we're not school children. Let's
look at that. Did you see that? He had a thought. He was going to raise his hand, but then he saw that nobody else raised his hand. Look how fucking nasty. This is why I call them maggots. They're such fucking bugs, dude. They're literal bugs, man. Like, they don't care about, and they're roaches, bro. The roach saw the light on in the kitchen and ran back under the fridge. Look at him.
We're not school.
Puts it up. Somebody wants to say something. He puts it right back down instantly. He just doesn't want to. He wants to be able to be like, oh yeah, raise my hand. But then if any pictures come out that his hand isn't up at all. Just, yeah, actual fruit flies. They are. They actually are. It's just crazy. Actual bugs, insects, cretins. It's just so gross because, like, man, it's every single summer is the hottest summer ever. Every single winter is the worst winter ever. And then like after, like, over and over and over again, when in the world are these people going to believe? Is their yachts sinking? Is that it? The wheels on their tires melting? Is that it? Like, what will it be? Their beachfront properties going under? What will it be to finally make them understand? And I don't know what it is, because these people are hallmarks of American capitalism that care more about what's happening today than they do than money that they can make today than money that they'll lose in the future. Because if they think they're going to lose money in the future, they'll just pull out, and then it'll be somebody else's problem for a lot of them. And it's just crazy. It's so sick. And this guy lives in Florida. His state is Florida. One of the first states to get hit with climate change is going to be Florida. And it is Florida at this moment in time. Florida oranges are becoming non-existent right now. And like, now and he still believes this. It's crazy to me. Even being hit in the face with the realization that your beliefs are wrong is not going to be enough for these people. They simply just don't care. They simply do not care. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is true. It is true. You're right. Ladies and gentlemen, This was the entire GOP debate last night. You're right. They can't outlive it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists. Please welcome.
It's true. Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that back to my attention because it is so true.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
If you want to know what that was, it was CPAC. We are all domestic terrorists. So true. So true. I can't disagree with them. I can't. I really can't. I can't. Somebody had to say it. It was them. They are the chosen one. Somebody had to say it. Somebody had to say it. Rare Rightoid W. That is true. It is very rare indeed. Maybe even one of the rarest. And that was just wild. The sort of like reality that these people live in is just, I mean, it's hard for me to even call it reality because their reality is simply just non-existent. It doesn't exist. There is no reality. It's only manufactured bullshit for their own personal gain in that moment in time. Not even gain in the future, gain now. And that's what they really worry about. It's just so sick. It's unreality. You're right. They took alternative facts and fake news into a whole new direction. That was just the beginning. I couldn't even, nobody could even really imagine, right? The sort of world that Donald Trump was bringing us into, that he helped create. I don't think he didn't create all of those movements. He just kind of coalesced them into one figure that allowed it to, one charismatic figure that allowed it to bubble and ferment as something much different and much bigger than what it was previously. It's just so interesting and terrible even as well. It makes our country and the world the worst place, but that's just conservatives for you. You know how it is. Anyways, after that, the debate moved into the idea of abortion, which is basically what's keeping the Republicans from being able to win at all, almost anywhere. There were 6 ballot measures that were done that the announcers said happened, and literally none of them was the abortion position reaffirmed amongst the people at all, which shows very clearly that your average Republican is so much further away on the idea of abortion than your average American is, which is not surprising, but to them it very much was. And basically none of them touched on that at all because it was a horrible idea to, so they just basically deflected and kept up the same position that we love the idea of 9-year-olds giving birth. We love the idea of children being forced to give birth because the rape child deserves to be forced to give birth because that's exactly who they are. I made a tweet about this the other day. Right-wing talking heads learning that the rape child was forced to give birth. Anyways, you know how it is. You know how it is. And basically that's what I'm talking about. It's not super interesting to talk about, but one thing that is super interesting to talk about is how they went about this, okay? Because this is the really funny part. Basically what happened is that during this talk, DeSantis decided that it would be a great idea to do like the Joe Biden thing where during the election where he just brings up fake ass stories and tries to say that they're real to kind of bolster his point. And this fake ass story was one for the history books, everyone. This was him telling the story about how a baby girl fought off 6 attempted abortions on abortion assassination attempts on her life while in the womb. She lived through 6 abortions, 6 whole abortions. She fought her way through every single one. A Plan B, a morning after pill, falling down the stairs, 3 cases of Mike's Hard Lemonade party packs. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, or the Smirnoff Ice party packs. Okay. 3 packs of cigarettes, 15 hits of heroin under the toenail as well. All right. The fetus injection, she coughed it out. All right. And 6 attempted abortion dismemberments, all completely destroyed. The bitch has got plot armor. Okay. And in her moment of need, she ended up just like Guts in Berserk, where she fell out of her mom and was left to die on a silver platter, in the doctor's office. But yet, just when things were all over and her ass was shriveling up, just like SpongeBob and Patrick in the SpongeBob movie when they were trapped in the knick-knack shop, just in the nick of time, her auntie swooped in and took her off and took her to get healthcare or something, or just give her some apple juice, I guess. And then she then survived and lived a great life. And that's why the 9-year-old needs to be forced to give birth. Planned Parenthood hates this story. So true. The abortion attempts on my life left me scarred and deformed. Yeah, man, so true. She did have the perfect Binding of Isaac run. You're right. Mom's knife. She had Mom's knife and brimstone all in one. And she listen, you don't even get it, okay? You don't even get it. Easy run. She got tears up too, and that's rare. Yeah. I've watched Northernlion before, so you get it. Give the shriveled abortion baby apple juice. You should. Tears up, Pog. True. She popped out Mr. Squeezy in hand. That's true. That's why the 9-year-old needs to be forced to give birth. Everybody, we all know it, folks. Make the 9-year-old give birth. We all know it, folks. Ain't that right? But this was super interesting, because in this is when I kind of realized like that they fully, completely, just wholeheartedly are in the complete abandonment of the idea of the constitutional conservative, and also the idea of states' rights. Because this is when they said, this is in the debate where they said that they need to completely usurp liberal states from even allowing abortions at all, and they need to just permanently ban abortions, period. And if they can't do that, minimum do a 15-week abortion ban, or a lot of them said a 6-week abortion ban in the entire country, and they need to fight for that completely. And so that's where they completely moved away from the idea of states' rights. They even push for the idea of states' rights. That's why they think that states should be able to choose this. They didn't care about states' rights. What they want is the 14-year-old to give birth. Right. Listen, there's a reason why I just think it's super curious. Okay. I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm not going to say anything about anybody. I'm not even going to use the P word. Okay. But I just think it's super curious how conservatives are against sex ed, comprehensive sex ed, that is proven to show that it is proven to make children more educated about sex and be able to report them being abused by adults more. And the fact that most Republicans are men, older men specifically, especially the politicians, and they're against the idea of banning child marriage and against the idea of contraceptives in a lot of areas, especially Texas. And I just think it's super curious that they are also against abortion, especially and even for children who are like assaulted. I just think it's just. And the fathers of like babies born to teen mothers are predominantly like older and like adult and middle-aged men. And I just think it's just really curious how they're against all of that, and all comes together in this very curious way. And I'm not gonna say anything about it, but I'm just gonna say that it's just curious how that works out, don't you think? P3PO. P3DO. Oh yeah, P3DO type moment, P3DO type beat. I'm just asking questions. Because they believe in all of that stuff, and I just think, and they're against abortion. So I just think it's super curious how all of this stuff works out. And they say that white women aren't doing their duty and white women need to have more babies. So I just think it's just super weird. It's so weird. It's so strange. It's one of the strangest. But this is where they verbally confirm that all of them are completely against. Well, the vast majority of them are completely against the idea of genuine, actual states' rights and the sort of like constitutional federalism that that we have in the country, this sort of like union of like different states being able to do different things. And I never like cared too much about it. I think if you're doing something evil in one state, that it should just be banned, right? But with that being said, conservatives didn't believe that because they weren't supposed to believe it, because they said that they were constitutional, and they said that they believe in states' rights, and they said that the people in the state should be able to decide what the state does individually. But this is where they finally decided that they're going to rip the mask off and throw it away like a graduation cap, and prove to the world that they never actually cared about states' rights, and what they actually care about is indoctrination, control, and impregnating children. Oh wait, did I say that? Anyways, Chris Christie specifically said that he wanted to usurp all state prosecutors and violate state laws and federal laws as well, and he wants like a DOJ, the head of the DOJ that he would install would then go to every single state and tell that state that they now answer directly to the DOJ, and the DOJ will be handling all prosecution in the state, and no matter what the state law really is, and handle it federally, even if it's not a federal case.
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Thank you so much, Maple Takes. I really appreciate you for the raid. Hello, Raiders. Nice to see you. We're talking about the GOP debate at the moment, and I'm happy to have you. Is gigging not allowed? Yeah, basically, yeah. It's completely not allowed. He wants to completely usurp all like state prosecutors to be able to do and DAs to do exactly whatever he wants, whenever he wants, because that's more important, and throwing the criminals in jail that the big Dem led city cringe the losers don't want to do because of their socialism and they love crime. That's what will ban crime. We're in office. Oh man, you don't even understand it. You don't even get it, dude. You don't even get it. He said that people are moving out of big cities and they're moving to like smaller cities, even though bigger cities are honestly really only getting bigger and they're not in very, very specific certain places. He says that big cities are getting smaller because the Soros bought DAs are not convicting criminals because that would be racist or something. And it was just very, very stupid. One of the big scenes from the night that you may see or have seen is basically when the announcers asked, would you still vote for and support Donald Trump if he was convicted of all of his crimes? And then Vivek was the guy who raised his hand up the highest and the fastest, and then everybody else slowly kind of inched their hands up afterwards. It was really sad to see, and this is right after they said law and order, where all of them said we're on their big law and order, we're going hard on all the criminals type stuff. But the criminal like being hard on the criminals happens with them doing that over there, in the inner cities. Those inner city in the thugs are the ones doing all that. But like us good, if Donald, listen, if a black goes to jail, it's probably in spite of them being black, because we all know that liberal DAs in big cities are super nice to the blacks because they don't want to be seen as racist. So blacks get off with so many crimes. But Donnie, all the DAs are against. Every DA wants to make a name for themselves by taking down our good boy Donnie Trumpy. And so we need to vote for him still, because that's important. And I just think it's so curious that Ronnie, Meatball Ron would raise his hand, even begrudgingly, to vote for Donald Trump, even if he's convicted of several crimes, because when DeSantis got into office, his constituents voted for federally convicted convicted felons who have served their time to be able to get their voting rights back, and he was actively fought against that and still took people to jail for exercising their rights no matter what, and to violating the law and violating the ballot measure that was put forward before he was in office, because he hated the idea of people who've committed crimes who probably wouldn't be voting for him because he wants them to be like fucking executed or some bullshit like that. So he's attacked them anyways. I just thought it was like crazy how Bros tries to run his super law and order and trying to take voting rights away from convicted felons and other criminals, even though they're still human beings who deserve human rights, and I think voting is a human right. As he says that he would vote for convicted possibly felon. But okay. Okay. Curious, is it not? Okay, yeah, amazing. We just watched crazy memes. Thanks for the raid again. Okay then. With that being said, and also they in all that again, because they were still circling the whole Donald Trump issue thing. I just thought it was super interesting because the whole time they got to the idea of, because Pence was on stage, they got to the idea of whether or not Donald Trump, whether or not Pence should have tried to overturn the election for Donald Trump and against Joseph R. Biden Jr., Dark Brandon, as some people like to say, Brandon. Everybody on stage, I caught something that was super interesting. I'm not sure if everybody else caught it, but yeah, I haven't seen anybody else's reaction to this yet, so you can tell me. I thought it was super interesting that everybody on stage praised Pence for not listening to Trump, but almost nobody, and I think nobody specifically, took jabs at Donald Trump for doing what he did, for trying to put through the fake electors, for inciting January 6th, for trying to overturn the election at the Supreme Court and in certain states, for trying to find 11,780 votes in Georgia and trying to manipulate Brad Raffensperger to be able to get those votes for him, for like saying that he won the election when he very clearly didn't, for saying that he won all these states that he very clearly didn't, for telling for telling Trump, Pence to overturn the election. Nobody said anything bad about Trump for doing that, but they all praise Pence for not doing it. And I think it kind of shows the sort of tone shift in the Republican Party, how everybody was like, Trump didn't do it. Trump didn't do anything wrong. And if he did, it would have been based because he did win, actually. And this is our 1776. Trump is the greatest president to ever exist. To a sort of like mild, timid, like still like I'd vote for him, but yeah, he probably shouldn't do that and he shouldn't have done that, and I can't support it because that's really bad, and that would be like fly in the face of the sort of like you saw visibly on their face the sort of juxtaposition and incongruence with their law and order, constitutional conservative sort of beliefs, and also the idea of Donald Trump and how he flies in the face of literally all of that at all points in times of his presidency that made his presidency. That's what makes him Donald Trump. And it was just really interesting to see how they couldn't really parse that together. And so instead of like taking him down for trying to usurp the election, they just lifted Pence up for not doing it. And so I really think that this just proves that Donald Trump won the night, as in they can't even bring themselves to like say anything bad about him when he very clearly tried to steal an election for his own personal gain. So yeah, it's just super interesting. It's super weird, ain't it? It's just super strange, ain't it? None of them want Donald Trump to do it. Everybody said that Pence was good for not doing it, but nobody can bring themselves on stage in front of many Trump supporters to say that many Trump supporters, and many of them weren't even there because apparently the stadium wasn't even filled. Apparently they couldn't even bring themselves to just say that he did something bad. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They could not do it. None of them had any spine on the Ukraine issue. I think Chris Christie had a spine there, but he's Christie, so nobody cares. He's literally unironically polling at 1%. So actually, who gives a shit? Basically, Vivek was the one who had the most insane take where he said that we need to stop giving money to Ukraine because they're evil and literally nobody cares, and being against Russia invading and taking all of Ukraine is driving Russia into China's arms, and China and Russia together would like destroy America or something. And so we need to just give Russia whatever they want, or else they're going to go to China to get whatever they want. And so we should just do it for them so they don't like team up with China to beat our ass, I guess, even though we're bigger than both of them together. But okay, I guess whatever. Sure. He got attacked on Israel. Apparently he's anti-Israel. Or or at least he's anti giving money to Israel. He seems like big on the sort of like really incoherent foreign policy type bullshit that a lot of people who are new to politics get into. Like, they have really strong takes, but they never really think super highly about those strong takes and how difficult foreign policy actually is. And so they come out with like hot takes and bumper stickers, but outside of that are kind of just non-existent when it comes to any of their opinions. Right? It's just super weird. But he parlayed the idea of the invasion in Ukraine being nowhere near as bad, or at least not a priority, as the invasion of Mexicans coming into the country. And he echoed Pant Piss when he said that, well, Pant Piss had a really big moment in the debate as well. Big in a bad reason. Big in the same way that, like, I don't know, Hitler being at a debate stage is like a big moment. But like, he basically said that he was going to use force, and he said what did he say specifically? That he was going to shoot people illegally crossing the border stone cold dead. Like, if you tried to cross the border illegally. And he tried to say it was only for like cartels, but I like that for like cartels, they showed like a guy holding a gun once near the border, and they said this is the cartels. They said that they're going to shoot them stone cold dead, people who cross the border. This is on the heels of Abbott and crew setting up literal razor blades as a saw trap for children crossing the border. And I think at this moment in time, at least 3 human bodies were found stuck to the buoys with saw blades on them that they installed in the on the border, right? Oh, but 1 second, Vivek, like I said, Vivek had a big moment there, with the whole climate change type stuff, where he said specifically. Oh, actually, did we get to that? Wait, did we get to that? Wait. Oh, yeah, I think we did, but I didn't talk about it. Sorry. Reverse real quick. On the climate change stuff, Vivek had a big moment on the climate change stuff, once again for a horrible, terrible, garbage reason. But basically, what his big point was him saying that climate change was a hoax and fake. They had another thing where they asked everybody to raise their hands up if they thought that humans were doing climate change. Almost literally none of them did. And Vivek went even further by saying not only is human climate change not real, but also climate change is a hoax. And this is a live poll that a lot of pollsters do during these debates, where they have people who are independents, who claim to be independents, watching, and they in real time give their opinions about what's going on. I just want you to take a look at this line. Down mean bad, up mean good.
Let's be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax. And we have to declare independence.
Oop, and it's over. And it's gone.
The anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy.
Oop.
And so the reality is more people are...
Here, let me show you. Let me move my camera really quick. It went down so far you can barely see it. There you go. There it is. So green is men, yellow female. Green is male, yellow female. The males apparently didn't care that much about the climate change being a hoax. The females hated it. Vivek is not here for the girls. The girls hate Vivek, actually. Which is super interesting. Males just seem kind of stupid.
This meme is very real.
In this regard, and it seemed like in other regards as well. But like the females seem to be going at it. They know what's going on here. And the idea that climate change is a hoax is just strange, but okay. Super interesting. Thank you, Vivek. Very uncool, actually. The females know. That is true. That is true. The females know what's going on. The females be listening. What's wrong with men? Listen, that's a whole nother video that we can talk about, like problems that men and women have. But listen, not at the moment. Okay, we'll get to it later. On top of that, like as they said, as I said, Pant Piss said that he wanted to kill everybody crossing the border. Give one moment.
Not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands.
Anyways.
border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
Anyway, yeah, there you
I'm not
go.
going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
Just so you know, drug trafficking at all is not like something that you just kill people for. You don't have the authorization to just shoot somebody who has drugs on them. You can't just shoot, like if they're not violent and you just find drugs in their backpack, you can't just kill them that's not law and order. That's just execution. You're just executing people. And cops aren't supposed to do that. I know they do, but they're not supposed to. You're not supposed to make it you're not supposed to make extrajudicial execution a policy. That's not how that works. But okay. Cheering on war crimes. It's not even war crimes, because I feel like war crimes plays into their idea that we're in the war, when what we're actually in is a humanitarian crisis of our own making. What we did in South America, South and Central America over the last century or more, in the idea of usurping governments, putting through banana republics, destroying governments, pushing through fascist leaders that are pro-American, or at least in name only, for our own personal gain, leading to these countries being as bad as they are and cartels being as bad as they are, and allowing them to have that much power, and not doing anything about the weak governments that we left because we could still use them for American companies to go in and make money off of them. It is a crisis of our own making, and people crossing the border are suffering way more than your average American is with anything that's happening there. So yeah, I think all of this should, if we're gonna be honest, I think almost every single problem stemming from that in Central and South America rests on our shoulders, and that we have the obligation morally and geopolitically to fix. Period. Right? No matter, like, I know a lot of people don't like that, but I know a lot of people don't like taking responsibilities for things that them and their groups have done wrong. So obviously, it's not really surprising to me. But me when I'm reaping me when I'm sowing me when I'm reaping. Oh man, what the hell? I can't. Why would you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Listen, all right, listen. Born to sow, forced to reap. Life is a fuck. Like it's really sad, the type of world that we live in. It really does suck. And I can't possibly imagine. I can't possibly imagine. Oh man. But yeah, I completely agree. If we were in a war, it would definitely be war crimes. But yeah, it's just crazy, the type of shit that's going on right now. Absolutely wild. And I wanted to show you the razor blades as well, to show you that I'm not lying about they're actually putting razor blades at the border. One moment. Uno momento. Ah, here we go. No, I missed it. One moment. Here we go. So here's what he did. Basically, they constructed a sort of saw trap where they put razor blades in between buoys on the Rio Grande to stop people from being able to get into the US. And the buoys are like, they spin so you can't climb them, and the razor blades will and then they get wet and slippery, and then you'll fall into the razor blades, and they'll cut your arm open. Or they'll cut your torso open or leg open or something. So yeah, so basically they made you're right. They made these death balls with actual razor blades on them. Actual wood cutting and mechanical razor blades on them for the express purpose of harming human beings. Thank you, Twitter. Very interesting. I love it when it just randomly reloads my page for no reason. One of my favorite Twitter moments, actually. I can't lie. And if you want to know if this was really real, if you were just wondering if that was just some video, no, it's true. This is from Dallas Fort Worth, NBC5 News. Governor Abbott pushes back after DOJ says razor wire and razor buoys along the border are illegal and must be removed. We will continue to deploy as many razor blades that we possibly can. And if you're wondering if these razor blades have killed people, yes, they found 3 human bodies stuck to them so far. So, and in Greg Abbott's opinion, they work like fly traps, basically, to kill people across the border. Sorry, 2 dead so far, including young children, have been killed with the razor wire and razor buoys. The Bears' discovery of bodies comes just 2 weeks after they documented how migrants, including young children, have been ensnared and slashed by razor wire across the border. So yeah, they have killed people so far. A 20-year-old man from Honduras was murdered by these things. And apparently DeSantis wants to do this, but on a much greater scale. Instead of just leaving things that can kill people, he wants to actively kill people instead. So very interesting. Very interesting. Average Republican moment. Vivek, coming back around to the Ukraine stuff, Vivek said he got like grilled on Israel. He said he wanted to take money away from Israel. He said he likes Israel, but we shouldn't be giving money to Israel. We should just be doing what Israel does. He said that we should, he didn't say it in these exact words, but he basically said that he likes Israel's foreign policy, especially when it pertains to Palestine. And so he wants to basically institute a genocidal apartheid state, but against Mexico, to protect our border against illegals. And on top of that, DeSantis went even further by saying that not only should we institute like a genocidal apartheid state where we just kill people, crossing the border. So like, but he said earlier in the debate, but he actually one-upped himself by saying specifically that we need to invade Mexico. He's in favor of invading Mexico to stop the cartels. He's in favor of doing drone strikes in Mexico and sending troops into Mexico and to the border and past the border into Mexico to try to take down the cartels or something. This has been a genocide as a treat. Can that be seen as an act of war? Yes. Sending troops and bombs into a country is indeed an act of war. So basically he wants to declare war on Mexico for Mexico having a problem with the cartels that is, once again, stems from our meddling in Central and South America and Mexico and their politics. But, okay, whatever, I guess, sure. And that got a lot of claps. Invading Mexico, killing migrants at the border, all of that shit got a lot of claps from conservatives who were in the audience. And on top of that as well, after that, they talked about how they hate the IRS. And not only do they hate the IRS, they want to defund the IRS, fire the IRS, basically stop the IRS from being able to function almost at all, which makes perfect sense because they're rich. Rich people are the ones that get clapped the most by IRS meddling, and like doing, checks into their finances and stuff like that. So obviously they hate it. Dude, these people are more against the IRS than your average poor person is against like the local infamous shitty beat cop, which is wild to me. These people are losing their minds, absolutely losing their minds over the IRS. They had an entire section about each other one-upping each other about what the horrible things that they would like to do to the IRS and IRS agents. It's just crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Another person, I think it was Vivek, said that he wanted to a bunch of people on stage piss Vivek, and I think another person said that they wanted to just dissolve the Department of Education, which makes perfect sense because they're Republicans. Obviously, education is antithetical to a lot of their political positions. And they also want to bust all teacher unions, and they think that would increase test scores. The question was, America lacks behind the rest of the world in test scores. What would you do to increase test scores, and they said they would abolish the Department of Education and bust all teachers unions who once again fight for better rights for kids in schools, I guess, or something. And this doesn't make any sense because they think that liberals make education worse, even though the states with the highest public education systems are left-wing states: Massachusetts, Connecticut, Jersey, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Hampshire. There's Nebraska that's up there. Good job for you. But most of the people in Nebraska live in Omaha, which is left-wing. Maryland, Florida was up there, but it's 9th. Dakota, the only time when you really start to see like actual like kind of even hardcore right-wing states, like North Dakota comes in 10th. After that is Indiana and Utah. They're down there, but the closer you get to the bottom, the more conservative the place gets, except for New Mexico, which is the worst. But there's Oklahoma, obviously Arizona, which until very recently, it has been a hardcore Republican place. West Virginia, obviously, Alaska, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Nevada's down there as well, but they have a lot of Republicans as well. So things aren't as good as they would like to pretend that it is. Also, J-Spoon, thank you so much for the tier 1. They said these ghouls just want to imitate Russia and invade the neighboring country they deem inferior to the U.S. Yeah. I mean, they want to imitate Russia when it comes to the control of the media and its people. So, I mean, it totally makes sense. It's not surprising to me. And also, they said like Vivek did something that was so incredibly interesting to me. It completely proves that bro has actually no clue what the fuck is going on. Is that he said that what he wanted to do was open up school choice so that any kid can go to any school that they want, period. Right? Which doesn't make any sense because he would appeal to the ultra rich, or the very rich NIMBYs. Okay, those like suburban NIMBYs, the sort of like California rich Republicans, the New York rich Republicans. Those guys are the people that would be like supposed to be his base that he's supposed to be appealing to and getting like donation money from. But that doesn't make any sense why he would be running like that. Why he would say that, because those people are completely against it. Have you ever wondered why? You ever heard your parents say that you can't go to another school, even though it's like almost right next to you? Is because it's not in your district. That NIMBYs did that to stop like poor kids from going to nice schools because like obviously they don't want the poor kids in the nice schools. If you ever wondered why poor schools stay poor, even though across the street there's a rich school that just stays rich, NIMBYs did that. So your tax dollars go to only one school, and if they go to only certain schools in your area, in your district, and if the schools aren't in your district, then your money doesn't go to them, which seems like it would make some amount of sense. But if you think about it, poor neighborhoods have poor schools, and poor schools have no resources, and no resources mean that kids learn less and they learn worse, meaning that they're going to end up probably, once they're done, with worse education, and worse education probably means that you're going to be more poor, leading to you living in the same areas of your poor family, and leading to you paying money or almost no money or no money at all into more poor schools, leading to your children going to poor schools. And so that's a cycle that stays that way. And when you're rich, the cycle stays that way. You stay rich, the poor stay poor, the rich stay rich and get richer, and the poor stay poor and get poorer. And so you have these two areas, these two schools that can be right next to each other, one with a leaky roof and the other one with a living waterfall wall. And so and that is specifically put together by NIMBYs because they don't want their money to go to poor schools, because they want because they don't give a shit about the poor schools and the poor people that live there. They want their money to go to rich schools and to their children that live in this area, and they only pay for that. And the poor kids don't have the opportunity to go to that school. And so breaking that up is one of the most difficult local things that you can ever do as a local politician, because those rich people have more time, are more likely to be retired, more likely to have more free time, more likely to go to those meetings, to know that those meetings are happening, to sway and throw their dick around and throw money around to get you out of office, and to be able to scare you into doing their will, even though they're a minority of the people in that area, because a lot of the poor people don't go to city council meetings. They may not even know when it's happening. And those NIMBYs are also pushing a lot of big private schools as well. They can even like funnel their kids into that, and then their money would almost always go to that, or only go to that, really. And they push through laws that their money wouldn't have to go to those public schools as well. There's a big reason why conservatives hate a lot of public schools. And so that's basically what's going on. It makes no sense that he would like be for that, even though I think it is an okay idea in like aggregate, that like outside of the teacher union bullshit, like I think it's an okay idea in aggregate that you should be, you know, kids could go to whatever school that they want. It's just not possible for you to believe that and be a Republican unless you're just retarded, which he just might be, I guess. Which I guess he just might be. Last thing on here was that one of the last things on here is that the transphobia was strong, but it seems like they're running out of transphobia steam. All of them did the whole like, yeah, trans people bad, I guess, but like, and then they deflected to like other education issues about how the left are indoctrinating children into thinking that trans people are real and that like their dicks shouldn't rule their entire lives or whatever, and all that type of bullshit. That was basically what was going on. And they deflected really hard, which I just thought was super interesting because none of them, not even Pant Piss, leaned into the transphobia really hard. They spent most of their time just being like, yeah, I guess trans people are bad or whatever, but, and then they kind of deflected to something else, which is really interesting. I feel like the sort of like transphobia, like the transphobia thing that they have going on for a while isn't here to last. And the proof of it seems to be in that area that they just aren't prepared to keep this fight going on, which I think is going to be another point of contention between them and the sort of like Trumpian and like hardcore conservative culture war Republicans, because they're all like full force on that type of bullshit, right? But they're full force on that type of like culture war shit. Like Charlie Kirk, who has a lot of sway in the party, he's full force into like the trans people have to be eradicated type meme, right? But in my opinion, but they just weren't. They weren't able to commit to that, and I feel like there's going to be another point of contention for them in the conservative civil war to come. So, with that being said, that was the conservative clown show. Here again, the horrible primary, horrible debate. Had almost no policy whatsoever. It was so bad, in fact, that they got called out by Jesse Waters. They got called out by Jesse Waters for not having any policy positions, which I thought was insane to me. Take a look at this.
We don't deal with this now. They're going to be dealing with us later.
True. And on our turf.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the solution. Mm-hmm. I didn't get any specifics. Yes, we have to get tough on the border. Yes, Trump said that we have to designate cartels terror organizations, and then that can kind of ratchet up the CIA or paramilitary operations. But what does that look like? Mm-hmm. They're just kind of following what Fox has said or following what Trump has said. What does it mean when you're going to have Border Patrol agents shooting coyotes in Texas? What do you mean by that? Yeah. We're just going to have everybody shooting anybody that comes across the border? How do you know they're a coyote? And they say you want to stop fentanyl coming in from China. Well, how? How are they going to make China stop shipping it? How are they going to partner with the Mexican military? Oh, all of a sudden we're partnering with the Mexican military? All of a sudden? How are we going to do that? And you trust the Mexican military? Mexican military is getting outgunned by the cartels. Mm-hmm. Does the Mexican military want to partner with us? Because they're on the take from the cartels. And it wasn't just the border. We didn't hear specifics on how they're going to reduce inflation. Are you going to throw Powell out the door? What are you going to do to make people earn more money? We didn't hear a lot of specifics last night. And like a father, I'm disappointed.
Oh, wow.
And that's, if it's so bad that even Fox News cooks the entire crowd, all of them, that should tell you how bad things really were. They're Fox News. They're Fox News. And Jesse is the head of Fox News, basically. He's the one he's like the big talking head that was groomed to be like the new star after Tuck got the boot. So yeah, libbed up Fox, right? Even them are like, nothing happened. Nothing happened. And so if that's the case, then God, what am I supposed to say? Besides, these people are fucking stupid. It's just crazy to me. But, you know, cool, I guess. Super interesting. These guys aren't going anywhere. All of them are polling 40 points below Trump. Trump, I think right now it's like 60% for Donald Trump, and everybody else is like way lower in everything. Vivek's the only one who came out to be like pretending to be Trump light, and on that on that note, he He dropped the ball on basically everything. He was a complete clown on basically everything. I don't think he's going to be treated seriously. And on top of that, he tried to pretend to say that God was real by trying to pretend to be Christian, even though he's Hindi. He's Hindu. He believes in, he's Hindu. He said God is real, and he said God bless. Bro's Hindu. Like, what the fuck? What do you believe? I don't know. I think at this point, I think it's literally nothing. God bless. Which one? I know, right? Like, he's trying to appeal to the people who would tell him he's worshiping demons to his face. I think he's looking for a cabinet position. I think he's looking for a I think he's looking for a cabinet position. I think he's looking for a vice president position. Maybe he's gonna do the same. Maybe Trump is going to do the opposite thing that Obama did with Biden, where Obama hired Biden to be, or Obama hired Biden to be his vice president because he wanted to show that he wasn't like one of those uppity blacks who's like who can't work with people who are kind of racist. So he may do the opposite thing, where he's, to prove that how not racist he is, he has this like Indian guy working for him. You know, my accountant is Indian. So yeah, that's the debate, everyone. That's the debate. Trump won. He wasn't even there. And I think actually none of them showing up would have been better than them showing up, it seems like, at the end. Except for Swami. Maybe he could have gotten some extra clout off of this. Maybe he'll get some extra money off of this. Pant Piss, he did kind of like exactly how people would expect. Not super interesting. Everybody else was a loser. I think Nikki Haley may get a boost out of this from what I've seen, but at the end of the day, they're all losing 60 points to Trump anyway. So I guess fodder team 6 did exactly what they were expected to do. Nothing. Thanks for watching. Fodder night. Interesting fodder night. What do you guys think? I'm shocked Pence didn't get booed more. I think it's no longer hard feelings about Pence. I talked about that a little bit more, like a little bit in there. How I think like they're moving away from the Pence hate. I don't think they like Pence or will like him much in the future, but they're moving away from the hardcore Pence hate. Really good coverage. Thank you. I really appreciate you. That was one of the first times I've really done that, a sort of like wrap up. I kind of got the idea. I thought it'd be a good idea. And because we typically just kind of watch it and then I just do a live reaction, but I kind of like the idea of having some more time to think about my memes, and I think it turned out really well. I think I want to do more of these in the future. It was pretty fun. I liked it. Good Segi. I think it was a good Segi. I think it's good Segi. And now I'm really interested in pulling all the memes from this Vivek guy. Bro, he used to be a rapper.
Nothing
I do is performative, okay?
Nothing I do is performative.
Okay, wait. Wait, I got a Vivek raps Eminem. Yo, what the?
loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking how everybody's joking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, plow, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh my gosh, it's real. Oh my gosh, it's real. He did actually rap Eminem. He's rapping Eminem at the Fair Side chat. You know what? You know what's so crazy is that there's rap going on, but they picked a white rapper specifically. That is so funny. Holy shit, that's so funny. What the fuck? That's actually so funny. Yeah, he raps "Lose Yourself." He raps Eminem's "Lose Yourself." Okay. Wait, he went to the black community in Chicago and did a talk on politics while getting a haircut. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're in it now. Oh, I'm losing it.
Tell me about the Harvard alter ego, Davake.
Ah, yes. You're digging deep. I like that.
Who was that guy and what was he all about?
That guy was my libertarian rapper alter ego in college.
I'm going to end it all.
To speak unapologetically, unconstrained, generally saying the things that other people find difficult to listen to, but which I find to be true.
Vivek, I can't find any video. Like, has that been buried?
There was. I mean, this is back from like 2003, 2004, so I'm sure it's out there.
Give me something. Come on, for Sirius XM. What do you got?
I mean, literally, you are putting me on the spot here. All right. It's Vivek like cake. I'm not fake, and I swim in a lake of truth. That's me, Vivek. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna save this one for later. This one's getting saved for later. Oh yeah. Oh, it's coming. Oh yeah, this is good. Fire. My man's dropping the heat. He's dropping the heat. Officer Tatum reacted. Okay. All right. Crazy. All right. Well, yep, that's interesting. He really is American, ain't he? He really is American. I swim in a lake of truth. I hit the booth if I did crime, but I don't. The only crime I do is arson, cause I set fire with these rhymes. It's the vague. I'll rake up the competition. You gotta listen to what I'm dishing out. What I spit from this spout, I calm my mouth. That's right. I'm rapping what's real. I'm rapping what's real. I'm Indian, but my girl's eyes are teal. For Trump, any election, hell yeah, I'd steal. Yo, did I eat? Hell yeah, I had a whole meal. It's the Vek, y'all. It's the Vek, y'all. Billionaire boy. In every company, I got steak, y'all. Pharmaceuticals is what I make, y'all. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking. What, you didn't like this? There's quality content that you miss on YouTube. It's true. It's true. No flow, no bars. Doesn't slap. Okay, maybe to you, dumbass, but it does to the people, the real ones. All right, POV. You're a rich man north of Richmond. Fuck you. I smoke weed like a junior high kid who hates the teacher, never did his homework, and listens to Wiz Khalifa. I'm looking for the spoonful of sugar for my medicine to lighten up my life like it's freaking Thomas Edison. I think outside the bun like a sesame seed. Teaching the kids on my block like it's Sesame Street. Repping the East till I'm resting in peace. Ooh. Good morning, babe. Did you have a good sleep? Hey, Melissa is here with us. Yo, Melissa. How you feeling, babe? Tired? Okay. You did only sleep for about like 4 hours, so. Did you remember getting attacked by Boo? All right, that's good. He was kind of going crazy. I had to lock him out of the room. What'd he do? He was gunning for you. You were like sleeping, and I was like, bro, leave him alone, leave her alone. And he was just going, ha 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 at your bedside. And I was like, bro, buddy, come here. And then he walked away, and then he came to me and he stared at me for like 5 seconds and then just started barking. And then I was like, all right, you gotta go. So he lost his room privileges. The chat saw it and they were pretty upset with the whole ordeal. It was pretty hard for them every time I have to kick him out. So they didn't like it, but you know, they understood that it had to be done. Yeah, it's a sad. Shark defends his woman. I defend you a little bit. What do you think? I do? Thank you. You said I defend her honor. Only the real ones know? That's true. Devoured. You gonna go back to sleep? Okay. No problem. Was that your work alarm? You really do hate to see it. It's time to send you back. I mean, it is time to send you to work, ain't it?
Better not.
What?
Better.
What do you mean better not? What? It's time for you. Like, come on. It's time to. No. What do you mean no? What's wrong?
I will make it a mission.
You're gonna make it a mission to make my life hell when you come back. Oh shit. She sounded kind of serious when she said that. Listen, you need the money, you know?
I am not going down an off day.
Well, just you need the extra money, you know? You did miss a couple days. You were late a couple times, you know, you lost some cash. Just tell me. Do not strangle me. We can't do violence on stream. I am still like a little bit. I was about to wrap up. I was talking to them. I was doing some rapping for them.
Oh, you're a rapper now.
I am a rapper now. I always was.
What you got?
Listen, you can't put me on the spot like that.
You said you're a rapper.
No.
You should be used to that. You should have something ready.
Ready? What, like all the time?
Yeah. Freestyle, come on.
Freestyle. Listen, I'm more of a tactician type thing. Yeah.
Not a rapper.
You can't, like, not every rapper can just rap off the dome.
Wait, do you mean, when you say rapper, do you mean
like rapping things?
Oh my gosh, get out of me.
What do you mean? You're bullying me. Yes.
You're setting yourself up.
I'm not setting myself up for anything.
No.
I'm not. Listen.
Listening.
Don't worry about it, okay? I am a rapper. I am. Chat, I was rapping for you guys, weren't I? That's true, right? How dare you wake her up? I didn't wake her up. Her own alarm woke her up. Right?
Yes, I have no alarm for work.
Yeah, she has an alarm for work. She works graveyard. So it's not my fault. I don't know, like, I don't, why you want me to rap for you? You're so weird.
You don't want to over here advertising yourself as a rapper.
Oh, advertising? I was just talking about it. I was just talking. I'm just what? Like, I'm more of a like I'm a rapper, yeah, but I was just doing talking then. You try and get on me for rapping when I'm just talking. I didn't say you could do more than one. I don't like I can rap and talk.
Poetry, babe.
Poetry?
Yes.
No. That's lame.
How is that lame?
It's lame and gay.
How is that gay?
I mean, I guess. Homophobia. Clipped. Do not clip that. I'm not a hot mess. I wouldn't call you a hot mess because you're just hot. I love you. I don't know. Hi ho. Here I go. Like a beer, I flow. I steer my boat. Yes, sir, on the track I float. Cut slack like rope. Drop bars like soap.
Wait. You dropped the soap?
Not me. Other people.
You dropped the soap though.
Okay, and it's called bait. You drop the soap, you bend over, and then when they walk up through your own legs, you grab their ankles and you pull them through, and then you sit on their face. And that's how you assert dominance.
I see what you're into.
So
you gonna sit on my face?
Yeah, come here. I will sit on your face. Come here. Come here.
Wait. You like about to lay the egg.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You got to put her in her place. You know. That's what I thought. She tries to call your bluff, boys. Just make sure you can back things up. I ain't kidding around with you, okay? You know your place over there. You got something for me? Oh no, guys, help me. We saw everything. I was gonna shit on her. It was gonna go crazy. Ah! What's that called from Naruto? 1,000 Years of Pain or something? Where they do this and they stick it up your rectum? 2 fingers too. That's crazy. 3 fingers? You're doing 6 fingers, 1,000 years of pain? Oh, good Lord. 1,000 years of death. Instant kill. He's just dead. It's over. Holy. Technically 4? Good Lord. Listen, you need to chill out, okay?
You don't want to try to sit on me?
Oh, well, I'm trying to sit on you. Well, they don't know if I tried to do that. Don't worry about it. You talk, babe, you talk too much. Well, I rapped for you. Will you accept me as a rapper now? What the hell? Hear about this other one? I did it for chat earlier. I smoke weed like a junior high kid who hates the teacher. Never did his homework and listens to Wiz Khalifa. I'm looking for the spoonful of sugar for my medicine to lighten up my life like it's fucking Thomas Edison. I think outside the bun like a sesame seed, teaching the kids on my block like it's Sesame Street, repping the East like till I'm resting in peace. Okay. She accepts that one. She likes that one. Okay. Insert Patrick Boo meme. What the fuck? I'm repping the East till I'm resting in peace. I do love the East. We're both East Side. We're both East Side kids, ain't that right? Yeah. Yeah. You love Florida. I'm not South. I'm the opposite of South. Yo, fuck the South. I said fuck the South. That's what I said. I said fuck the South. Yeah, I did. Oh, really? Really? I can't say that. I muted it. I said. Stop being mean. He's saying slurs. I was not calling her slurs. Watch it. Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, Melissa, watch it. Me watch it. No, you watch it. But that doesn't work either. You're silly. Fucking watch it. You watch the way you talk to me, lady. You're gonna try me. Go ahead, try me.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead, try me.
No.
You saying that makes people scared about what I do to you in private.
You're evil.
I'm evil? How am I evil? What did I do? What did I do to you? I'm evil. Oh my goodness. She's like, she was gonna say something, but then she said, I'm not gonna try you. And I'm like, she can't say that because then people will wonder about what I do. Would make you say that? I'm not evil. I'm so nice to you. What did we do today? I'm a lover boy. Am I a lesbian? I'm a lesbian? Is that why you date me? Yeah, okay. She says she a lesbian, girl, me too. This is racism? You are pretty racist to me. Yeah. It's you're racist out of love? Okay. Shark is my favorite lesbian. Thank you. I'm glad. I made it. It was hard. It was a hard fought battle. So, Presbian. There you go. Shark, what have you done? I've not done anything to you. We cook really good food together, right, babe? Yeah. I showed her this copycat recipe for Noodles and Co. Their like chicken thing. What's it called? Yeah. The Parmesan custom chicken we made together. Advice from Shark. What's up, Frog? What do you need? We're here. Let me show you. Menu. It's my favorite dish from them. What's it called? Did they get rid of it? I'm gonna kill. Not. Oh no. What I meant to say is, it's you here, the Alfredo Montemor. It's the Alfredo Montemor with Parmesan crusted chicken. Yeah, we made this like Alfredo dish with there weren't any mushrooms, but in the original it came with mushrooms. We'll get mushrooms next time because I know you love them. Yeah, just like the normal sort of like button mushrooms. Yeah, I would like different mushrooms. I think Kroger sells like a little assortment of different shroomy boys. What's up? You want to try the lion's mane mushroom? You want to grow mushroom together? Okay, we can grow lion's mane together. From Olive Garden? No, bitch.
Damn.
We don't go to Olive Garden here. I haven't taken you to Olive Garden yet. Why you look like that? Why do you look like... The look on her face after I said that is so... What? What do you mean? What's wrong?
Like, no, bitch.
It's how we talk to each other. It's camaraderie. You know, they call me, racist, sexist, misogynistic.
You go straight out, bitch.
Yeah, racist, sexist, misogynistic, homophobic, Islamophobic, xenophobic, transphobic chaser, and I call them bitch. Like it sounds like a fair trade, doesn't it? Not really. Okay. Well, me calling them bitch is worse, or is it the way that I say bitch? The way you say it, Melissa, help. He abuses us. I do no such things.
He does.
No, I don't. I don't. Anyways, we made the Alfredo Montemor with Parmesan crusted chicken, and it went really hard. And she said it was a 9 out of 10, almost a 10 out of 10. And she said it was such great food, and she gave me a little kiss afterwards. She was like, thank you for showing me the new hotness. And she gave me a little kiss. So I don't know what's wrong here, honestly. Here, look, this is what we made. It was really nice. But instead we used rotisserie chicken crusted with Parmesan. It was really good. Yeah. And the other day we made copycat Panera egg souffles with puff pastry. Yeah, that's I told you he lost his bedroom privileges. So yeah, he can't come in anymore. Sounds yummy. Yeah, it was really good. What did we eat today, babe? Yeah. We ate something, right? Oh yeah, we had Sonic today. Not as cool as making food at home, but it was still pretty good. I can't lie. Wait, did you hand make puff pastry? No, bitch, we didn't.
Bro.
So don't look at me like that. Why do you look at me? It makes me so sad when you look at me like that.
It makes me sad. You just out here, bitch.
We do it to everyone. It's not like one type of person. So it's not like, you know, a hateful type of bitch. I'm a tyrant. I'm not a tyrant. They kind of run the place more than I do. Watch it. Yo, Mod, snap his bones. What? What's the problem? I'm not a tyrant. It's just, you know, it's just kind of how things run here. Help us. They're all like, help us now. You like being here. You like being here. Stop pretending like you don't. Help me. I'll snap your bones, Kit.
I'll snap your bones if you snap their bones.
Don't say what are you're protecting them now?
Yes, they're requesting for help.
What? Okay, everybody who requests some help doesn't deserve it.
Wait, are you saying your chat doesn't deserve help?
From me, no. I'm not a tyrant. I'm not a tyrant. Here, you know what? I'll show you how much of a tyrant I am. Wait, come here. Come here. Why'd you put your fists up? Baby, oh no! Oh, the feet? Not the feet. Come on. It's not. It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't have to. Come here. Come here. No! Come here. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. See, it sounded great, didn't it? It was fine. Leave her alone. It was great. I'll save you, Miss Shark. Call 9. No one needs to call the police. You don't need the police, do you? See, she didn't say anything. She's fine. She said I don't need help. She's fine.
Help.
She said I don't need help. She's fine. It's crazy. I'm not crazy. She's dead. You're gaslighting her? Am I gaslighting you?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I did what to you? Gaslighting. There you go, making up words again. You know how fucking crazy you sound. Gaslighting. What's next? I love you. He's a pro. What could I? That is true. I am a pro gaslighter. What do you think? I am. Yeah. You guys should have been there when I convinced her that I was part of the witness protection program. Shit was so funny. Gaslighter. I barely knew her. You look so done with my shit. You wake up and I instantly give you shit. I don't. I treat you so well. I treat you, yeah. See, she said I do. We're married now? Where's your ring? What are you like? You want a ring? Here you go, babe. You do not get, don't worry about it. Well, here, look, I can put it on you. No. Look, come here, let me. No. What? What's wrong? Baby. No. Baby. Let me just grab it. Let me grab it. Why you all posted up like that? Like there's something wrong going on. You're gonna make the people stressed out. You're stressing the people out.
You're stressing me out.
I'm not stressing you out. What if I stressed you out? That's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true. I treat you so well. Come on. Get that ring pop, right? With a name like Ghost Pod, how could he not be? What the hell? She doesn't know about that yet. Chill. You can't believe what? Don't you nanny me, you fucking nerd.
I am a nerd.
She is. We have honestly the biggest trouble in our relationship is the fact that I listen to dubs and not subs, and she listens to subs and not dubs, and so it's hard for us to watch anime together.
I had to force myself.
Yeah, to force yourself to watch. What were we watching? Oh, we were watching Zero, right?
Yes.
We were watching JJK Zero. So she's better? She's not better. That's not how that works. Dubs are better. Thank you, Peanut.
They're only better when this is out of pocket.
Oh yeah, when they're like doing some crazy fucking meme or like saying something insane.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the English voice actors do a better job there. I hate to say it. I'm the chosen one. Somebody had to say it. I just think the English voice actors just do a better job a lot of the time. The reason why is because a lot of the Japanese voice acting, they kind of go overboard, I think. It's very anime-y. They go overboard a lot. Okay, and not every scene has to be like over the top goddamn screaming. I don't. You're right, I don't. That's why I watch it on dubbed. You're like, oh, she's like, oh, don't watch it. I don't. And then you get on me for not watching it. It's anime is too anime-y? Yes. Yes, it is. It's like you being like, oh, anime is too anime. Okay, sometimes hentai is too rapey. And it should be less rapey. Okay, so is that like a bad thing to believe? I don't think so. I also watch American cartoons every now and again, and I think they're no. I don't want to. I actually don't need to because like Japanese cartoons are made in English a lot of the time. And if they're not made in English, I don't watch that shit because it's not made for me. Oh, a Japanese person trying to speak English in anime is really funny. It is. What was that? There's a classic one. Oh my gosh. Hello, how are you? Fine, thank you. Yeah, that one. Classic meme. Absolutely classic. But I mean, like, it's cool, it's whatever. I'm just like, it's not made for me. It's in Japanese, obviously. So I just watch the one in English that's literally made for me. I'm getting the same experience that Japanese people are, but in my language. Because if that was the case, if the sub is always better, then why don't they watch the English sub? Then why don't they watch the English dub but with Japanese subs? No. If not listening to it in your native language is apparently better, then why the fuck won't they do that? I am for real right now. The only time I've ever heard about Japanese people pulling that shit that we do is when they try to listen to something like King of the Hill. Because Japanese people apparently can't do a good Arlington, Texas accent. What, Japanese King of the Hill? You guys want to listen to some Japanese King of the Hill? Shark being racist again? Good. I love racism. Fuck non-racism. Honestly, I'm sick of it. This channel is pivoting to a racist only channel. You ready? Yeah. All right, she's ready. I'm not sure. Is this on YouTube? The Japanese King of the Hill dub does sound really funny. Japanese King of the Hill dub with English subtitles. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna mute it on my end so I can play it. I'm gonna mute my microphone so I can play this over my speakers so you can hear it, okay? But I'm gonna be muted for you guys, all right, chat?
化粧落とせ。これじゃまるで口の裂けた狼だよ。
私何にもしてないわ。勝手にその人が私の化粧品食べちゃったのよ。
まあまあ落ち着きなさい。もし今度したら新聞を丸めてお尻をペンペンしてあげなさいよ。
植物エキス 100% の化粧品よ。ブツだけじゃ済まないわよ。すっごく高かったんだから。
あ、変化プラグがあった。いいぞ。その調子であと5個探せよ。必要。
I gotta say, none of these people sound like they're from Texas. This is way better. So true. So true. Anime heads be like, this is so better than listening to it in English. Fuck you. Because you believe that the Japanese was better. It wasn't. It's just not that. Okay, I've tried to watch subs before, okay? I watched some of the sub of My Hero Macadamia, okay? It wasn't that good. I didn't like it. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. It wasn't that good. I don't know. Just something about it. I just like the English version more. It's just like screaming, but in Japanese versus screaming in English. I'm not a weirdo. You're a weirdo. In dub? What, My Hero? Yeah, what you like. I don't want to. I kind of feel I can't play too much of it because I'm on stream right now, but I'll play it later for you. Okay. Yeah, tell Shark off. Tell him off, Shark GF. You telling me off right now? No. Okay. Okay, we're having a conversation. She said we're not fighting. She said we ain't fighting. Listen. All I'm saying, I don't know, I don't know, it was either on par. It was either, dubs to me are either equal to or better than the Japanese subs. And if they're equal to, that means that I'm going to be watching the dub because it's as good as the sub. So why would I watch the sub when I can instead know what the fuck they're saying instead? Or if it's slightly worse than the sub, I'm going to be watching the dub because it's just slightly worse, but now I know what the fuck they're saying, which I put a high premium on. If it's much worse than the sub, then I either won't watch the series or I'll watch it kind of begrudgingly. Yeah, I'll just not watch it.
It's really good.
If it's really, really good, then maybe, I guess, but well, I don't care because You can be like, oh, I'm gonna miss out on epic anime. How much epic anime is out there? A lot. If that's the case, if like a series is like good but it's not in dub, then I'll just like reread JJK again because that shit's peak. It's peak. It's peakaroni. So like, it's peakaroni. So like, why would I just like not experience JJK again, or like Chainsaw Man, or My Hero, or like Mob Sucko, you know, of Chainsaw Man. I just like saying Chainsaw Man. It's really funny. I like it. It's like it's his name, you know. The main character of Chainsaw Man is Chainsaw Man. It sounds like a real name too. Can you imagine that? A little bit. I don't know. Does anybody know when season 2 of Chainsaw Man's going to come out? Miss Shark wants to know. Dub versus sub convos are cringe. Just watch the show the way you like and shut the fuck up. That's the problem, because we like watching the show in different ways. What? Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said not for a while. Probably late 2024, fallish.
No.
Did season 1 just came out, lady? What do you mean you don't care? Also, wait, wasn't it Core 1? There were only 12 episodes, right? Or was the 12 episodes the whole damn like season 1? Is that true? Is that true? Do you know that, babe? Yeah? 12 episodes season 1? Well, I mean, that it does make sense because that shit just started, right? No, that shit's gonna be filled with filler. It's gonna get the One Piece treatment if they try to do a whole series. You're right? It's gonna be like Dennis in his wacky adventures doing like random bullshit, fighting getting your dick stuck in your zipper demon devil or some shit like that. He's gonna be fighting the step on a Lego fucking devil in the like in the filler. All right, anybody in here watch Blue Lock? Because she asked if anybody watched sports anime. You have to make each episode count? Yeah, I guess so. Nope. I read Blue Lock. Some people watch like Blue Lock. Anybody else that didn't watch any other sports anime? You want to speak now or forever hold your tongue? Why? Have you been getting into any? There's like what's the volleyball anime, guys?
Not Haikyuu.
Okay, not the volleyball anime, guys. What's the basketball anime, guys? What's that really good basketball anime that people be watching? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Which one? Slam Dunk? You watch that one? You should read it then. A lot of people are recommending Slam Dunk. Kurokano basket? Okay. Okay. Have you read you like romance? Do you hate gay people? Okay, you should try out The Summer Hikaru Died. I really like it.
Someone dies?
The Summer Hikaru Dies. It's not simple. I mean, like, it's not. I wouldn't consider it sappy. I don't think it's sappy.
Is it gonna make me cry?
It might. Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you cry easily? I mean, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to, like, you know, defile your good name. You're a crybaby. You're always crying. Spoilers, bruh. I know, right? I will say, spoiler alert, in The Summer Hikaru Dies, Hikaru does die in the summer. So I hate to be the one to say it, guys, but like somebody had to. That shit sounds more depressing than Berserk. It's basically about like a little, well, it go ahead. Okunoko or whatever. Oshinoko? Clanad. Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way, right? Did I just joined for anime talk? I don't know. I just wanted to tell you about the summer Hikaru died because I really enjoy it. It's really good art. I don't think you might not cry, but you might cry because it's like what I think is really interesting about it is because it's the best visual display of emotion that I've ever had. Instead of it being like main character bitch is sad, it like the panels are kind of gripping him and like pulling and like the idea of like of things like pulling at him and like tugging at him and this sort of back and forth with his emotions. The author's ability to display emotions from like happiness to sadness to despair to overthinking and stuff like that is really interesting. And it's about, the summer Hikaru died. His bestie. There's, his bestie. There's the main character's bestie. His name is Hikaru. They're childhood friends ever since they, were little, and ever since they were born, basically. And they lived in this small town in Japan near this mystical mountain, or that has like a bunch of stuff like in folklore around it. And then Hikaru one day is like, "Ayo, bitch, I'm gonna go to the mountain." And he's like, "Okay, you want to play games later?" He's like, "Hell yeah!" And then he goes to the mountain, and he fucking dies, right? And in the summer, and then that picks up after that. They were friends. No, they were. It wasn't friends, air quote. They were actually just friends. They were actually just friends. Tell her it's BL. So it's BL also. It's bloodlust. It's about murder. It's about bloodlust. It's pretty cool. What do you mean? What's that? Are you spoiling yourself? What do you mean that's kind of hot? She looked up the summer Hikaru died and she goes, "That's kind of hot." What do you wait? What did you see? That's kind of hot. That you think that's kind of hot?
And then
yeah.
And then wait.
Lady, babe, what the? Okay, all right. She saw the goop enveloping this man and the boys on top of each other with the goop, and she's like, "That's hot." Yo, you watch gay porn? What do you used to? Okay, did they fuck better? Did the boys fuck better than the boys and girls? You don't know. You just like the double dick action. Okay. All right then. Thank you, babe. Very interesting. But yeah, we should after this we could read a little bit. I think you'd like it. The art's really good. I used to have one scene from my desktop wallpaper. Yeah, here, this one. Yeah, it is cool. It's sick. It's epic. This is the one I was talking about. You guys have seen it for my wallpaper. I wouldn't consider it spoiler because you have no clue what the fuck's happening. I've seen hentai that's worse. Seek medical help. No, not you. I mean, you should, but not right now. I wasn't talking about you. Listen, we'll talk about it after stream, okay, babe? I love you. Sussy. If she likes gay anime boys, I can see why she's with Shark. What the fuck? Yeah. Would you consider me a little gay anime boy? Go ahead, answer it. All right. Moving on. What are you laughing over there for? I love you too. I'm proliferated. The silence speaks volumes. The silence is deafening. You're mean. You're the real mean one in this relationship. You know that? You are the mean one in this relationship. The things you say to me, the bullying that you do to me. Yeah, okay. Keep trying to play dumb for the audience. I see what you are. I am innocent. I'm an innocent boy. I'm just so all I do is do nice things for you, and we hang out and we have fun, and then boom, you punch me. Boom, you try and strangle me. I hate to see it. She likes gay anime boys. I can see why she's with Shark. What the fuck? You did want us to get matching nails, so we still should. I told Chad about it. They said it was cute. Get in black. Yeah. Or like whatever design. Sure, I guess. You know, we'll work. I don't know. we'll work. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. My day be so fine. Then boom, girlfriend assaults me. Hate to see it. You kind of did. Listen, I love you, okay? But thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate it. It is, what time is it? It's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m., babe. It is lovely. You wanna chill out? Oh no, she did a incredibly devious face and did like the come hither hand. So I'm kind of scared, guys, but I do have to get out of here so I can stream again tomorrow at a more reasonable time. Sorry for the later stream. I wish I could have done it earlier, but a lot of things got in the way. But I appreciate you all. Be here tomorrow for realsy this time. Who do you? We have a small streamerino that we can raid. What do you guys think? A small streamer that you got that you kind of been thinking about, that you're like, man, I wish I could get a cool fat raid. What do you think? We'll send help if you don't stream tomorrow. Thank you. Now I got people looking out for me, okay? I got people who will call the police if I don't call them by the time I get home. That's on me? Okay, wait. We should raid Cirrus. I haven't raided Cirrus in a while. All right. It's Nico Cirrus, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, babe. You got anything to leave with? You got any words to leave the people with? She said no. She has no words to leave the people with. Well, there you go. Love you guys, okay? Thank you so much for the great stream. You all were way too kind tonight. But as all good things are, they must come to an end. And that's it for today. See you all tomorrow on an epic meme stream. Have a good night. And that's the stream.